Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Village of Hogsmeade in Winter. Let's start the story with a journey to the only all-wizarding village in Britain, a place where magic flows freely through cobblestone streets and ancient buildings stand as testament to centuries of wizarding history. Tonight, we shall wander through Hogsmeade as winter's gentle touch transforms it into a scene of enchanting beauty. As December arrives at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the excitement among students becomes palpable. Third years clutch their permission forms with anticipation, while older students reminisce about the treats and treasures that await in the village below. The promise of a Hogsmeade weekend brings comfort during the long winter months, when the castle grounds lie covered in pristine snow. The path from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade winds down from the castle, a ribbon of packed snow flanked by towering pines, whose branches sag beneath the weight of fresh snowfall. As you round the final bend in the road, the village reveals itself like a painting from a storybook. Thatched cottages with snow-laden roofs, windows glowing with golden light, and chimney smoke rising in lazy spirals against the pale winter sky. In winter, Hogsmeade transforms. Icicles hang like crystal decorations from eaves and signposts, catching the light and refracting it in rainbow patterns across the snow. Every footprint tells a story: the small, hurried steps of house elves on morning errands, the purposeful stride of the village apothecary, or the meandering trail of students savoring every moment of freedom from the castle's confines. The history of Hogsmeade stretches back to medieval times, established around the same era as Hogwarts itself. Named for one of the founders, Hengist of Woodcroft, who fled persecution from Muggles, it became a sanctuary for witches and wizards seeking community and protection. Over the centuries, it grew from a small settlement into the charming village we know today, with each building holding stories accumulated through generations of magical inhabitants. As you enter the village proper, the wide main street welcomes you. Snow has been cleared into neat banks along the sides, though a fresh dusting continuously falls, as if the sky itself wishes to maintain the village's pristine winter cloak. The shops along High Street stand shoulder to shoulder, their signs swinging gently in the winter breeze, each one a testament to the specialized magic that thrives within. Perhaps you might first notice Dervish and Bonji's, the wizarding equipment shop where a bell jingles merrily as the door opens and closes. Inside, the air smells of polish and parchment, with magical instruments of brass and silver catching the light from enchanted lamps. In winter, they do a brisk trade in self-heating gloves and boots charmed to leave no footprints in the snow, perfect for students planning mischief on their day away from school. Across the street stands Gladrag's Wizard Wear, its windows displaying robes lined with fur and enchanted scarves that change color to complement the wearer's mood. During winter, they showcase their famous collection of socks, some that scream when they become too smelly, others that warm themselves precisely to the temperature most comfortable for their owner's feet. But the heart of Hogsmeade in winter, where students and visitors alike inevitably gather, is the Three Broomsticks Inn. As you approach the ancient building, you can feel the warmth radiating outward, a beacon of comfort against the winter chill. The windows are frosted at the edges, but clear enough to reveal the golden light and happy chaos within. Push open the heavy wooden door, and the sensation is immediate. Warmth envelops you like an embrace, along with the rich aroma of spiced butterbeer, hearty stews, and the indefinable scent of magic that permeates places where witches and wizards have gathered for centuries. The low ceiling is crossed with ancient wooden beams, darkened by countless fires and hundreds of years of magical conversations. Madame Rosmerta, with her warm smile and quick wit, moves through the crowded room with practiced ease, delivering foaming tankards of butterbeer and occasionally performing small charms to clean spills or return fallen gloves to their owners. Her tavern has stood since the founding of Hogsmeade, though the original structure has been modified and expanded over the centuries. In the corner, a massive fireplace crackles and dances, enchanted to burn continuously throughout winter without consuming excessive wood. Students crowd the tables nearest to it, their faces flushed with cold and excitement as they shed layers of cloaks and scarves, eager to warm their hands around steaming mugs. The butterbeer here is legendary, served hot in winter, the sweet liquid topped with a perfect foam that leaves a mustache on the upper lip, which is considered part of the charm of the experience. For adults, Madame Rosmerta might add a splash of Ogden's old fire whiskey, which causes the steam rising from the tankard to form shapes related to the drinker's thoughts. Beyond the 3 broomsticks, winter in Hogsmeade offers other delights. The post office buzzes with activity as hundreds of owls of all varieties, from tiny scops to imposing eagle owls, wait to carry parcels and letters. During the winter holidays, the post office extends its hours to accommodate the increase in mail, with owls specially trained to fly through snowstorms without losing their way. For the sweet-toothed visitor, Honeydukes offers respite from the cold, with its riot of colors and heady sugar-scented air. In winter, the famous sweet shop creates special editions of their treats, ice mice, that actually warm your throat instead of making it feel frozen, hot chocolate fudge that steams gently when unwrapped, and pepper imps that create a halo of warmth around the eater for several minutes after consumption. Winter also brings special magic to Zonko's joke shop, where festive pranks and seasonal tricks line the shelves. Enchanted snowballs that follow specific targets, mistletoe that moves strategically throughout a room to create awkward moments, and holiday crackers that release not just paper hats, but entire winter outfits, complete with animated snowflakes, are particular favorites among students. At the edge of the village stands the Shrieking Shack, its dilapidated appearance made somehow more eerie by the pristine snow surrounding it. Local legend holds that it is the most severely haunted building in Britain, and few dare approach it, especially in winter when the bare trees provide less cover and the early darkness seems to make the building's shadows deeper. The howls that once emanated from within, actually the cries of a transformed werewolf rather than spirits, have long since ceased, but the reputation remains. As evening approaches, Hogsmeade takes on a different kind of magic. Lampposts enchanted to light automatically at dusk cast pools of golden light across the snow. Shop windows become more prominent as the sky darkens, their displays glittering invitingly. The village seems to draw in upon itself, becoming more intimate as residents return home from work and visitors seek warm shelter from the increasing cold. For those fortunate enough to stay into the evening, the Hogshead Inn provides accommodation of a sort, though its reputation for attracting a less savory clientele means most students are forbidden from entering. Behind its grimy windows and under the watchful eye of the taciturn barman, who we now know was Aberforth Dumbledore, brother to the famed Hogwarts headmaster, secretive meetings and quiet deals have shaped wizarding history on more than one occasion. As night falls completely, the perfect complement to a winter day in Hogsmeade is to find yourself back in the 3 broomsticks, perhaps seated near the fire, listening to the gentle murmur of conversations and the occasional burst of laughter. Here, as snowflakes dance past window panes and the wind whispers around corners, you might catch fragments of stories, tales of ancient magic, rumors of dragons in distant mountains, or simple gossip about who was seen holding hands on the path back to the castle. Winter brings a special kind of community to Hogsmeade, as residents and visitors alike seek warmth and companionship against the season's chill. From the carolers who sometimes gather in the village square, to the elderly witches who meet weekly for tea and divination in a back room at Madame Puddifoot's, the season weaves people together like threads in a tapestry. As the evening grows late and the time comes for students to return to the castle, there is often a reluctance to leave this haven of freedom and warmth. The path back, illuminated by the light of wands and the soft glow of the moon on snow, becomes a final part of the Hogsmeade experience, a time for quiet reflection, secret conversations, or simply enjoying the winter beauty of the Scottish Highlands. Hogsmeade in winter remains a cherished memory for generations of Hogwarts students, a place where friendships deepened over shared butterbeers, where first dates unfolded amid the embarrassingly frilly decor of Madame Puddifoot's tea shop, where important discoveries were made not just about the wizarding world, but about themselves. For many, these winter visits represented first tastes of independence, steps toward adulthood in a world where growing up brings not just responsibility, but greater magic. As the story of Hogsmeade in winter drifts to a close like settling snow, perhaps you might wonder, what hidden magic would you seek in those ancient streets, and which threshold would you cross first if given a day to wander freely through Britain's only all-wizarding village during the most enchanted season of the year? Chapter 2. The secrets of the tales of Beedle the Bard. Dusty tomes and ancient scrolls hold the collective memory of wizardkind, but none quite capture the imagination like those stories whispered to young witches and wizards as they drift towards sleep. Tonight, as shadows dance across these shelves of weathered books, we shall uncover the mysteries behind a particular collection of tales, stories that have shaped wizarding childhoods for centuries yet conceal deeper truths than many readers ever discover. The Tales of Beedle the Bard stands as perhaps the most influential collection of children's stories in wizarding literature. Unlike the fairy tales familiar to Muggle children, these narratives do more than simply entertain or instruct. They preserve ancient magical wisdom and historical truths, veiled within seemingly simple fables. The worn leather bindings and yellowed pages of original editions bear witness to countless readings, as generations of magical parents have passed these stories to their children, just as their parents did before them. Beedle himself lived in the 15th century, though precise details of his life remain elusive. What we do know suggests he was an educated and thoughtful wizard, deeply concerned with moral questions that faced the magical community of his time. Some historical accounts place him in Yorkshire, where he reportedly lived a humble existence, despite his considerable magical talents. Like many great storytellers, he drew upon older oral traditions, reshaping ancient wizarding folklore into the forms we recognize today. The original manuscript, written in ancient runes, survived through careful preservation charms and the dedicated stewardship of private collectors. Most contemporary witches and wizards encounter translations, with the most authoritative English version produced by Bathilda Bagshot in the early 20th century. Her scholarly notes provide context that helps modern readers understand references that would have been immediately clear to Beedle's contemporaries. Perhaps the most famous tale within the collection is the tale of the three brothers, which we now know held the key to understanding the Deathly Hallows. This story speaks of three brothers who cheated death, and were each granted a powerful magical object: the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. What generations of wizarding children received as a cautionary fable about hubris and the acceptance of mortality was in fact a cleverly disguised historical account of actual magical artifacts created by the legendary Peverell brothers. When Albus Dumbledore bequeathed his copy of the Tales of Beedle the Bard to Hermione Granger, he did so knowing she would eventually recognize the symbol of the Deathly Hallows he had marked beside the tale of the three brothers. This small annotation, a circle inscribed within a triangle and bisected by a line, represented the three Hallows united. Such is the power of these seemingly simple children's tales, that within their narrative lay concealed the solution to Voldemort's apparent invincibility. Less famous but equally rich in hidden meaning is the Fountain of Fair Fortune, which tells of three witches and a knight who overcome various obstacles to reach a fountain, reputed to grant good fortune to a single person each day. This tale subtly challenges pure-blood supremacist views by showing how Muggle and magical people can work together successfully. Moreover, it suggests that often what appears to be magical good fortune is actually the result of personal growth, cooperation, and self-discovery, themes that resonate throughout wizarding philosophy. The controversy surrounding the Fountain of Fair Fortune speaks to the political dimensions of these seemingly innocent stories. Lucius Malfoy once attempted to have this particular tale banned from Hogwarts due to its depiction of a marriage between a witch and a Muggle knight. Then, Headmaster Armando Dippet nearly acquiesced to this demand until several members of the school board threatened to resign in protest. The tales, it seems, have long been battlegrounds for competing visions of wizarding society. The Wizard and the Hopping Pot similarly advocates for compassion toward Muggles, telling of a young wizard who inherits a magical cauldron from his father, along with a single slipper. The cauldron torments the wizard by hopping after him and making noise until he begins to use his magic to help his Muggle neighbors as his father had done before him. Once he embraces this responsibility, the pot becomes quiet when the slipper is placed upon its foot, symbolic of the balance achieved. Interestingly, earlier versions of The Wizard and the Hopping Pot told a very different story. In these older renditions, the pot devoured Muggles who came seeking the wizard's help, reflecting the anti-Muggle sentiment prevalent during certain periods of wizarding history. Beedle's version represented a progressive reimagining, advocating for harmony between magical and non-magical communities at a time when such views were far from universal. Babbity Rabbity and Her Cackling Stump offers insight into the period of witch persecutions, though clothed in humorous garb. The tale of a washerwoman who was an animagus, capable of transforming into a rabbit, speaks to the clever ways witches and wizards evaded Muggle attempts to capture them. Babbity's manipulation of a fraudulent wizard and her ultimate triumph over a foolish king provided comfort to magical children during times when relations with the Muggle world were particularly strained. The final tale in the standard collection, The Warlock's Hairy Heart, stands apart for its macabre elements. This story of a warlock who removes his own heart through dark magic to protect himself from love, only to become increasingly twisted and eventually murderous, serves as a warning about the dangers of trying to live without love and the corrupting influence of certain types of magic. Unlike the other tales, it offers no happy ending, only the grim image of the warlock attempting to replace his withered heart with that of his victim before dying with both hearts clutched in his hands. This darkest of Beedle's tales rarely appeared in bowdlerized versions created during the 18th and 19th centuries, when many editors sought to remove elements they considered too frightening for children. Only in Bagshot's translation was the original restored to its full potency. Dumbledore himself noted that children are generally more resilient than adults give them credit for, and that sanitizing such stories robs them of their deeper meanings. Beyond the stories themselves, the physical books have their own fascinating history. The most valuable known copy, handwritten and illustrated by Beedle himself, featured moonstones set into its cover and contained extensive margin notes believed to be in Beedle's own hand. After being passed down through generations of the Dumbledore family, Albus Dumbledore eventually bequeathed it to the Hogwarts library, where it remained until his death, when he left it to Hermione Granger. Original editions of the Tales of Beedle the Bard often contained magical elements beyond their narrative content. Some copies were charmed so that the illustrations would subtly move when touched by moonlight. Others were enchanted to emit a soft golden glow when read aloud, supposedly to enhance the storytelling experience for both reader and listener. A particularly rare edition reportedly caused readers to temporarily experience the emotions of the characters, though this version was eventually regulated by the Ministry due to its potentially overwhelming effects on sensitive children. The cultural impact of these tales extends far beyond their pages. References to Beedle's stories permeate wizarding expressions and art. The phrase, "chasing a fountain of fair fortune," entered common parlance to describe pursuit of an unlikely dream, while having a hairy heart became shorthand for emotional unavailability. Wizarding paintings, tapestries, and even architectural elements in places like Hogwarts Castle sometimes incorporate scenes or symbols from the tales. Musical adaptations have also kept these stories alive through different forms. The popular wizarding band, the Weird Sisters, released a collection of ballads based on Beedle's tales, with their rendition of Babbity's Revenge reaching the top of the Wizarding Wireless Network charts. At Hogwarts, the Frog Choir occasionally performs dramatic interpretations of the tales during the Winter Feast, with the Fountain of Fair Fortune being a particular favorite due to its complex vocal arrangements. For magical parents, these stories serve purposes beyond entertainment. They introduce young witches and wizards to important cultural touchstones and moral questions they will encounter throughout their lives in the wizarding world. When a child first hears of the Deathly Hallows through Beedle's tale, they are being subtly prepared for more sophisticated discussions about mortality and power that will become increasingly relevant as they grow. Remarkably, despite their significance in wizarding culture, the tales of Beedle the Bard remained largely unknown to Muggle-born witches and wizards until they entered the magical world. Hermione Granger, despite her extensive reading, had never encountered them before Ron Weasley mentioned the tale of the three brothers during their hunt for Horcruxes. This cultural gap highlights the different foundations upon which magical children from different backgrounds build their understanding of the wizarding world. The tales continue to evolve even now. Contemporary magical illustrators have created new editions with moving images that subtly change with each reading, ensuring no two experiences of the stories are identical. Scholars at the Department of Mysteries occasionally publish new analyses of the symbolism in Beedle's work, discovering layers of meaning previously unrecognized. Some theorize that there may even be additional encoded information in the original runic text, magical knowledge deliberately preserved in this form to survive periods of persecution. As our exploration of the tales of Beedle the Bard draws to a close, the shelves around us seem to hold their breath, as if the books themselves are listening. These stories, which have survived centuries of magical history, continue to weave their spell over each new generation. They remind us that the simplest tales often conceal the deepest truths, and that wisdom can be found in the stories we tell our children as they drift into dreams. What hidden story from your own life might one day become a tale told beside the fire? And what truths might it reveal to those wise enough to look beyond the surface of its telling? Chapter 3. The Inheritance of the Invisibility Cloak. Silvery fabric shimmers in the gentle firelight, seemingly to capture moonbeams within its folds. Tonight, as winter winds whisper against ancient windows, we shall trace the remarkable journey of an extraordinary magical artifact. One passed from parent to child through generations, carrying with it not only the power of perfect concealment, but also a legacy older than many suspect. The Invisibility Cloak, that eventually found its way into Harry Potter's hands on Christmas morning during his first year at Hogwarts, was no ordinary magical object. While most invisibility cloaks are created using disillusionment charms or woven from demiguise hair, they inevitably fade with time, becoming opaque and tattered as their magic diminishes. Harry's cloak, however, remained as perfect and powerful as the day it was created, for it was one of the three legendary Deathly Hallows, the true cloak of invisibility, supposedly gifted by Death himself to Ignotus Peverell, the youngest and wisest of the three brothers. The lineage of this remarkable artifact begins with Ignotus Peverell in the 13th century. Unlike his brothers, who requested the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone, Ignotus asked for something that would allow him to leave Death's presence without being followed. The cloak he received was perfect in its conception, a true invisibility cloak that would never fade or deteriorate with age, resistant to jinxes and hexes that would reveal the wearer. It was, perhaps, the most humble of the three hallows, yet ultimately the most useful. Historical accounts suggest that Ignotus lived to a ripe old age, unlike his brothers who died violent or tragic deaths. When his time finally came, the legend tells us that he greeted death as an old friend, willingly shedding the cloak and passing it to his son, Thus began the tradition of inheritance that would continue unbroken for nearly 7 centuries. The Peverell name eventually faded from wizarding records, but the bloodline continued through the female line. Eventually, the cloak came into the possession of the Potter family when Iolanda the Peverell, the granddaughter of Ignotus, married Hardwin Potter in the 12th century. As the last of the Peverell line, Iolanda brought the cloak into her marriage as a dowry, with the understanding that it would be passed down to the eldest child of each generation. Throughout the centuries, the Potters maintained this tradition, though few understood the true significance of the heirloom they carefully preserved. To most, it was simply an unusually effective invisibility cloak, remarkable for its durability, but not recognized as one of the legendary Deathly Hallows. The family used it variously, sometimes for protection during dangerous times, occasionally for adventurous pursuits, but always with the knowledge that it represented a sacred trust. Fleamont Potter, Harry's grandfather, inherited the cloak in the early 20th century, a gifted potioneer who quadrupled the family fortune with his invention of Sleek Hazy's hair potion. Fleamont treasured the cloak as a family heirloom. When his son James was born relatively late in his life, Fleamont and his wife Euphemia, having nearly given up hope of having children, the cloak took on even greater significance as a symbol of the Potter legacy that would continue. James Potter received the cloak when he came of age, though accounts suggest he may have used it at Hogwarts even before then. As part of the legendary quartet known as the Marauders, James and his friends, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew, used the cloak for countless nighttime adventures and mischief-making throughout the castle. The invisibility cloak, combined with their creation of the Marauders map, allowed them unprecedented freedom to roam the grounds and corridors unseen. It was during this period that Albus Dumbledore first developed a particular interest in the Potter family heirloom. Having spent decades researching the Deathly Hallows, partly due to his own youthful obsession with uniting them alongside Gellert Grindelwald, Dumbledore recognized the cloak for what it truly was, not merely an exceptional invisibility cloak, but the third Hallow itself, unchanged by time and still perfect in its concealment. When James and Lily Potter went into hiding under the Fidelius charm to protect their infant son from Lord Voldemort, James lent the cloak to Dumbledore, who had expressed interest in examining it. This timing proved fateful. Without the cloak's protection, James faced Voldemort unarmed on that terrible Halloween night in 1981, buying precious seconds for Lily to run with Harry, but unable to truly defend himself or his family. The cloak remained in Dumbledore's possession for the next decade, while Harry grew up, unaware of his magical heritage, with the Dursley family. Whether Dumbledore kept it for safekeeping or continued to study it remains uncertain, though his later comments to Harry suggest he was indeed examining it to confirm his suspicions about its true nature. When Harry arrived at Hogwarts, Dumbledore made the decision to return the cloak to its rightful owner. On Christmas morning of Harry's first year, the invisibility cloak arrived wrapped in paper, with a simple note: "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." The signature was absent, though Harry would later learn it had come from Dumbledore himself. This gift proved transformative for Harry's time at Hogwarts. Like his father before him, the cloak enabled Harry to move unseen throughout the castle, undertaking nighttime explorations that led to crucial discoveries. During his first year alone, the cloak allowed him to discover the Mirror of Erised, access the restricted section of the library, and later help smuggle Norbert the dragon from Hagrid's hut. Throughout subsequent years, the cloak became essential to Harry's adventures and ultimately to his survival. The magical properties of the true Cloak of Invisibility set it apart from all imitations. Unlike regular invisibility cloaks, which can be penetrated by certain spells or the magical eye of Alastor Moody, the Hallow Cloak provided near-perfect concealment. It resisted summoning charms and remained impervious to most forms of magical detection. Even the Marauders map, which could detect people under normal invisibility cloaks, registered those under the Hollow Cloak, suggesting that the map's magic recognized the presence of a person, even when Death himself could not perceive them. Perhaps most remarkable was the cloak's capacity to cover multiple people simultaneously. Harry frequently shared its protection with Ron and Hermione, and on occasion with even more companions. The fabric seemed to expand as needed without losing its efficacy, another indication of its exceptional nature. The silvery material, described as fluid and water-like, felt impossibly light yet provided complete protection from sight, though not, notably, from sound or physical contact. The cloak's significance extended far beyond its practical utility. As Harry gradually learned more about his family history, the invisibility cloak became a tangible connection to his father and to the generations of Potters before him. When he discovered it was one of the Deathly Hallows, this connection deepened further, linking Harry not just to James, but to Ignatus Peverell himself, a distant ancestor who had valued humility and wisdom over power or glory. Throughout the Second Wizarding War, the cloak proved invaluable to Harry, Ron, and Hermione during their hunt for Horcruxes. It concealed them in the Ministry of Magic, protected them during their visit to Godric's Hollow, and aided their escape from Malfoy Manor. At the Battle of Hogwarts, Harry used it one final time to approach Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, willingly walking toward death, just as Ignatus had eventually done centuries before. The parallel between Harry and Ignotus became most apparent in these final moments. Like his ancestor, Harry accepted death with dignity when his time seemed to come, and like Ignotus, he ultimately survived his encounter with death, though through different means. Where Ignotus used the cloak to hide until reaching old age, Harry's willingness to sacrifice himself activated ancient protective magic that allowed him to return from the threshold of death to complete his mission. After Voldemort's defeat, the invisibility cloak remained with Harry, who undoubtedly understood its true value better than any Potter before him had for centuries. Having briefly united all three Hallows, holding the Elder Wand, wearing the cloak, and turning the Resurrection Stone in his hand before entering the forest, Harry chose to keep only the cloak, the one Hallow that could not be used to dominate or disturb the natural order. The cloak's future presumably followed the ancient tradition established by Iolande the Peverell and maintained through generations of Potters. As the eldest of Harry and Ginny's 3 children, James Sirius Potter would have been the next inheritor of this extraordinary family heirloom. Though we can imagine Harry allowing all his children to benefit from its protection during their time at Hogwarts. What makes the invisibility cloak truly remarkable is not merely its magical properties, exceptional though they are. Rather, it is how the cloak represents values passed down alongside it: humility over pride, protection over power, family legacy over personal gain. In choosing the cloak rather than the wand, Ignatus Peverell established a tradition of wisdom that seemed to manifest in his descendants, culminating in Harry's own decision to forsake the Elder Wand's power after the final battle. The cloak's journey through time reminds us that the most valuable inheritances are not always those of greatest obvious power or utility. Sometimes, the most precious gifts are those that protect rather than attack, conceal rather than display, preserve life rather than hasten death. In a world where magical might is often measured by destructive capability, the cloak stands as a testament to the quiet strength found in defensive magic. As moonlight continues to play across the silvery fabric in our imagination, we might wonder at the future generations who will wrap themselves in its protection. The invisibility cloak, having survived 7 centuries of magical history, will likely endure for many more, passing from hand to hand, parent to child, carrying with it not just invisibility, but the enduring legacy of those who chose wisdom over power. What invisible inheritance flows through your own lineage, not of cloth or gold, but of values and wisdom that shapes who you are, even when its presence remains unseen. Chapter 4: The Reclusive Nature of Mykew Gregorovitch. Through the mist of memory and legend, certain figures in wizarding history remain shrouded in mystery, despite their considerable influence. Tonight, As shadows lengthen across these ancient tomes, we shall untangle the enigmatic story of a master wandmaker whose life's work touched countless magical lives, yet who himself remained deliberately hidden from the world's gaze. Mykew Gregorovitch stood as one of the greatest wandmakers of the modern era, his creations rivaling those of Garrick Ollivander in quality if not in reputation among British witches and wizards. For generations his name echoed through Eastern European wizarding communities as synonymous with exceptional wandcraft, yet the man himself cultivated an aura of secrecy that only enhanced his mystique. Born in the early 19th century in a small wizarding village in what is now Bulgaria, Gregorovitch displayed an extraordinary sensitivity to magical materials from a young age. Family accounts, carefully preserved but rarely shared, speak of a quiet child who could identify different woods by touch alone and who seemed to sense the magical potential in objects others considered mundane. This natural affinity guided him toward wandmaking, though the path was not straightforward. Unlike Ollivander, who inherited a wand-making tradition stretching back to 382 BC, Gregorovitch was largely self-taught. He apprenticed briefly with a local wandmaker in his youth, but quickly surpassed his teacher's abilities and established his own distinctive approach. Where Ollivander adhered strictly to 3 core materials, dragon heartstring, phoenix feather, and unicorn hair, Gregorovitch experimented more broadly, incorporating vela hair, thunderbird tail feather, and even the heartstrings of the now protected Romanian longhorn dragon. His workshop, established in the 1840s, became renowned throughout Eastern Europe, drawing customers from as far as Russia and Greece. Yet, even at the height of his fame, Gregorovitch maintained an unusual business model. Unlike the welcoming shop front maintained by Ollivander in Diagon Alley, Gregorovitch's establishment operated by appointment only, with potential customers required to provide references and sometimes wait months for a consultation. This selectivity was not merely affectation, but a reflection of Gregorovitch's deeply held philosophy about wandmaking. He believed that a rushed creation was an inferior one, and that understanding the individual witch or wizard was as essential to crafting their wand as selecting the proper materials. His process was notoriously thorough, sometimes spending weeks observing a young witch or wizard before beginning work on their wand, claiming he needed to see their magic in motion to create a truly harmonious instrument. Behind this professional reclusiveness lay a complex personality. Accounts from those who knew him describe a man of intense focus and few words, who could spend days at a time in his workshop without emerging, sustained only by strong black tea and occasional plates of food left outside his door by a devoted house elf. Yet those same accounts speak of rare moments of surprising warmth, gifts of specially crafted toys for the children of favored customers, or quiet acts of generosity toward wandmakers facing financial difficulties. Gregorovitch's personal appearance contributed to his enigmatic reputation. Tall and thin, with piercing blue eyes and a beard he allowed to grow wild and untrimmed, he cut an imposing figure that some found intimidating. He dressed simply but always wore a distinctive silver pendant, said to be a family heirloom with protective properties, that became something of a trademark. In later years, as his fame grew, he began to cover his workshop windows and cast complex privacy charms around his property, further removing himself from public view. This increasing isolation coincided with Gregorovitch's most innovative period as a wandmaker. During the 1870s and 1880s, he pioneered new techniques for treating wandwood that enhanced its receptivity to magical cores, a breakthrough that wandmakers still study today. His discoveries were not published, but passed directly to a small circle of trusted apprentices, maintaining the secretive tradition that characterized his approach to his craft. At some point during this period, the exact date remains uncertain, Gregorovitch came into possession of what he believed to be the Elder Wand, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. How this legendary artifact found its way into his hands remains a matter of speculation. Some accounts suggest he acquired it from a dark wizard who had stolen it from its previous owner, but did not recognize its significance. Others propose that Gregorovitch himself tracked it through historical records, driven by scholarly curiosity about wandlore's greatest mystery. Whatever the truth of its acquisition, Gregorovitch's possession of the Elder Wand marked a turning point in his life and career. Rather than use the wand himself, perhaps understanding the dangerous pattern of ownership that had followed it through history, he studied it intensely, hoping to unravel the secrets of its extraordinary power. This research led to subtle improvements in his own wandcraft, with wands produced during this period being particularly sought after by collectors. Yet Gregorovitch could not resist hinting at his possession of this magical treasure. Whether from pride or a wand-maker's natural desire to share his greatest discovery, he began to drop veiled references to a special study piece in conversations with other wand-makers, and even fatefully in correspondence with certain customers. These indiscretions would eventually have tragic consequences. As rumors spread about Gregorovitch's special wand, the wand-maker's natural reclusiveness deepened into something approaching paranoia. He strengthened the protective enchantments around his workshop, reduced his already limited public appearances, and began to change locations frequently, establishing workshops in different Eastern European cities, but never remaining in one place for long. Those who sought his services now had to navigate an increasingly complex process just to arrange a meeting. Despite these precautions, disaster struck. One night in the early 20th century, a young wizard with distinctive white blonde hair and intense ambition broke into Gregorovitch's workshop. This was Gellert Grindelwald, not yet the infamous dark wizard he would become, but already consuming magical knowledge and artifacts in his quest for power. Alerted by his wards, Gregorovitch confronted the intruder, only to be stunned. When he regained consciousness, the Elder Wand was gone. The theft marked another turning point for Gregorovitch. Having lost what he considered his greatest treasure and research subject, he withdrew even further from wizarding society. His wand-making continued, but with a diminished enthusiasm that observers noted in his later works. Some customers reported that he would sometimes pause in the middle of consultations, staring into the distance, as if remembering the wand that had slipped through his fingers. In a strange twist that speaks to the complicated pride of a master craftsman, Gregorovitch eventually began to speak openly about having once possessed the Elder Wand, lamenting its theft. This admission, which many initially dismissed as the exaggeration of an aging wandmaker, would eventually catch the attention of Lord Voldemort during his own quest for the legendary wand decades later. The final years of Gregorovitch's life were spent in near-complete seclusion. He maintained a small workshop in a remote location, accepting only a handful of commissions from families who had patronized him for generations. His last known wand was crafted in 1939 for the grandson of a Russian wizarding family that had purchased their wands from him since his earliest days as a wandmaker, a poignant full circle to his career. When Lord Voldemort came seeking information about the Elder Wand in 1997, he found Gregorovitch living in a modest home far from his former workshops. Though he had been careful to cover his tracks, Voldemort's determination proved stronger than the elderly wandmaker's precautions. The confrontation was brief, and for Gregorovitch, fatal. After extracting the memory of Grindelwald's theft through legilimency, Voldemort cast the killing curse, ending the life of one of wandmaking's most innovative minds. The legacy of Mykew Gregorovitch lives on primarily through his wands, which remain in use throughout Eastern Europe and are prized by collectors worldwide. Unlike Ollivander, who kept meticulous records of every wand he sold, Gregorovitch maintained no such archive, making each of his creations something of a mystery. Wandmakers today study surviving examples of his work, attempting to reverse engineer his techniques and understand the principles that guided his craft. What little personal correspondence and notes survived him reveal a complex man who found greater comfort in the company of his materials than in human society. His letters to the few wandmakers he considered peers show a dry wit and profound understanding of magical theory that contradict the image of a simple recluse. In one particularly revealing passage written to a colleague in Prague, he observed, "Wood and core speak more honestly than most wizards. They have no ambition beyond becoming what they are meant to be. Gregorovitch's workshop contents were scattered after his death, with many tools and materials disappearing into private collections. A small museum in Sofia maintains a modest collection of his personal effects, including the silver pendant he always wore and several early wands that never found their matches. Visitors often report a strange sensation when handling these items, a tingling in the fingertips that wand-making experts suggest might be the lingering echo of Gregorovitch's extraordinary sensitivity to magical materials. Perhaps most intriguing are the rumors that Gregorovitch left behind a hidden archive of his most important discoveries. Several wandmakers over the decades have claimed to have found pages of notes in his distinctive handwriting, detailing experimental techniques or observations about unusual core materials. Whether these represent fragments of a larger body of work or simply isolated notes remains unknown, adding yet another layer of mystery to the wandmaker's legacy. The story of Mykew Gregorovitch reminds us that great contributions to magic can come from those who seek neither fame nor acclaim. Indeed, sometimes from those who actively avoid the spotlight. His reclusive nature may have protected his innovations during his lifetime, but it also means that much of his knowledge died with him, a reminder of the importance of sharing wisdom even while protecting its power. As we conclude our exploration of this enigmatic wandmaker, his story fades back into the shadows he so preferred, leaving us to wonder, is there greater strength in sharing your gifts with the world, or in cultivating them in solitude, and what price might be paid for either choice? Chapter 5. The healing properties of phoenix tears, rare treasures of the magical world, often hide in plain sight, their extraordinary powers known yet seldom witnessed. Tonight, as gentle lamplight illuminates these ancient scrolls, we shall explore one of the most powerful and mysterious healing substances known to wizard kind, drops of liquid that fall from the eyes of a creature born and reborn in flames. Phoenix tears stand among the most potent healing substances in the magical world, capable of mending wounds that would resist even the most advanced healing spells or potions. These crystalline drops, falling from the eyes of perhaps the most magnificent magical bird in existence, carry restorative properties so powerful they can pull a person back from the very threshold of death. Yet despite their remarkable efficacy, phoenix tears remain one of the least available remedies in the wizarding world's healing arsenal. The phoenix itself is an extraordinary creature of contradictions, a bird of brilliant scarlet and gold plumage that lives for centuries before erupting into flames at the end of its life cycle, only to be reborn from the ashes as a tiny chick. Naturally drawn to those of good and loyal heart, these birds are exceedingly rare, with perhaps no more than a handful existing in the wild at any given time throughout the world. Their elusive nature means that most witches and wizards will never encounter one in their lifetime, making their tears among the most precious substances imaginable. The healing power of phoenix tears is not a property that can be extracted or preserved for later use. Unlike many other magical ingredients that can be harvested and stored, phoenix tears must be freely given in the moment of need. They cannot be collected and bottled, as they lose their potency almost immediately after leaving the phoenix's eyes. This presents a fundamental challenge to healers and potioneers who might otherwise seek to incorporate such a powerful remedy into their treatments. Historical accounts of phoenix tears in action are rare but compelling. The Healer's Almanac of 1637 records the case of Artemisia Lufkin, a young witch who suffered a near-fatal encounter with a chimera in Greece. According to the account, Lufkin's companion was accompanied by his phoenix familiar, who wept upon the witch's mortal wounds. Witnesses described how the tears seemed to sizzle slightly upon contact with the injuries before seeping into the damaged tissue, which visibly knit itself back together within moments. Lufkin made a complete recovery, with not even a scar to show where the chimera's claws had torn her flesh. The most dramatic modern instance of phoenix tears' healing powers occurred in the Chamber of Secrets beneath Hogwarts, when Harry Potter was pierced by a basilisk fang while slaying Salazar Slytherin's monster. The venom of a basilisk is so potent that it has no known antidote, and yet Fawkes, Albus Dumbledore's Phoenix companion, shed tears upon Harry's wound, neutralizing the venom and healing the puncture completely. This remarkable event, witnessed by both Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley, provides one of the clearest documented cases of Phoenix tears counteracting even the deadliest magical substances. What makes Phoenix tears so extraordinarily effective? Magical theorists have proposed several explanations over the centuries. The prevailing theory, advanced by the renowned healer Mungo Bonham, suggests that the tears contain a form of pure life essence connected to the phoenix's own regenerative abilities. In his treatise, Avian Curatives and Their Applications, Bonham proposed that when a phoenix weeps, it temporarily transfers a fragment of its own immortality to the recipient, not enough to grant eternal life, but sufficient to overcome even the most grievous injuries or potent venoms. Others have suggested that the tears work through an advanced form of empathetic magic. According to this theory, the phoenix forms a momentary magical bond with the injured person, channeling healing energy through its tears. This would explain why phoenix tears seem most effective when the bird has some connection to the injured party, either directly or through association with someone the phoenix trusts, as in the case of Fawkes healing Harry, due to his loyalty to Dumbledore. The composition of phoenix tears has proven frustratingly difficult to analyze. The few researchers granted the rare opportunity to examine these tears report that conventional magical analysis fails to reveal their secrets. Dilys Derwent, a Hogwarts headmistress who later became a healer at St. Mungo's, once described fresh phoenix tears as possessing a subtle luminescence, like liquid starlight, that fades within seconds of collection. She noted that, while under magical examination, the tears seemed to shift between states of matter in a manner defying conventional categorization. This resistance to analysis has not stopped potioneers from attempting to replicate or enhance the tears' effects. For centuries, ambitious brewers have claimed to create phoenix tear elixirs or rebirth tonics, though none have ever demonstrated efficacy approaching that of genuine phoenix tears. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes periodically issues warnings about counterfeit phoenix tear products, which at best do nothing and at worst can cause serious magical side effects. One of the few verified accounts of phoenix tears being used in an actual potion comes from the private journals of Nicholas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. In notes that have only recently been made available to certain researchers, Flamel described how a single freely given tear from a phoenix was an essential catalyst in one stage of the stone's creation. According to his writing, the tear did not become part of the stone itself, but rather facilitated a crucial transformation in the process, allowing other ingredients to achieve the necessary alchemical harmony. The rarity of phoenix tears has inspired countless quests throughout wizarding history. In the 15th century, the Spanish wizard Alvarado Rios spent 40 years searching for a phoenix, hoping to cure his wife of a wasting curse that slowly turned her to stone. Historical records indicate that he eventually found a phoenix nesting in the Atlas Mountains, but the bird did not weep for his wife. This tragic outcome highlights another essential characteristic of phoenix tears. They cannot be demanded or extracted by force, only given willingly out of compassion. This compassionate aspect of phoenix healing has led many magical philosophers to suggest that the tears represent one of the purest forms of love magic in existence. Professor Dumbledore himself was known to have theorized that the phoenix's healing ability is intrinsically connected to the bird's natural affinity for goodness and nobility of heart. In this view, phoenix tears are not merely a magical substance, but a physical manifestation of the protective power of love, the same force that ultimately proved Voldemort's downfall. Though phoenix tears are most renowned for healing physical wounds, some accounts suggest they have profound effects on magical ailments as well. The Journal of Healer Helbert Spleen describes a case where phoenix tears appeared to temporarily clear the mind of a witch suffering from a powerful memory charm, allowing her a brief window of lucidity before the charm reasserted itself. This suggests potential applications for phoenix tears that extend beyond physical healing, though such cases remain exceptional and inadequately studied. Despite their extraordinary power, phoenix tears do have limitations. They appear most effective against acute injuries and venom rather than chronic conditions or inherent magical ailments. There is no record of phoenix tears successfully curing spell damage of the kind that permanently affected the Longbottoms after their torture by the Cruciatus Curse, for instance. Similarly, conditions like lycanthropy, which fundamentally alter a person's magical nature, seem resistant to the healing properties of the tears. The psychological impact of being healed by phoenix tears is itself a fascinating subject. Those few individuals who have experienced this rare form of healing often report an enduring sense of warmth and well-being that persists long after the physical healing is complete. Artemisia Lufkin, in her personal memoirs written decades after her encounter with the Chimera, described still being able to feel a point of golden warmth in her chest, where the first tear had fallen, especially in moments of fear or despair. Phoenixes themselves appear to be selective about when they offer their tears. Even those fortunate enough to regularly interact with these birds, such as Albus Dumbledore during his decades with Fawkes, report that tears are shed only in moments of genuine need or profound emotion. Newt Scamander noted in his field research that wild phoenixes seem particularly responsive to injuries sustained through acts of self-sacrifice or protective love, suggesting again the connection between phoenix magic and the deeper forms of positive emotion. The study of phoenix tears intersects with other branches of magical knowledge in intriguing ways. Wand makers have long known that phoenix feathers make exceptionally powerful wand cores, capable of the greatest range of magic. Some theorists propose that this versatility is connected to the same regenerative properties manifest in the bird's tears. Similarly, the phoenix's ability to carry immensely heavy loads relates to the strengths it can impart to those it heals, suggesting a unified magical theory of phoenix abilities that researchers continue to explore. In contemporary magical healing, phoenix tears remain more legend than practical treatment. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries has documented only 3 cases in the last century where a phoenix appeared to heal a patient. Each instance involved extraordinary circumstances and individuals who had demonstrated exceptional moral courage. The healers who witnessed these events described them as moments of profound magic that transcended their extensive medical training. For most witches and wizards suffering serious magical injuries, conventional treatments must suffice: essence of dittany for wounds, various antidotes for common poisons, and specialized spells for specific conditions. Yet the knowledge that somewhere in the world fly magnificent birds whose tears can overcome even the most hopeless cases provides a measure of comfort and wonder. In a magical world full of dangers, the phoenix represents hope, the promise that renewal follows destruction, and that healing is possible even from the gravest wounds. As our exploration of phoenix tears concludes, their mystery remains largely intact, a reminder that some forms of magic resist complete understanding, operating according to principles deeper than those taught in wizarding schools or recorded in magical textbooks. Perhaps in this resistance to analysis lies a truth about healing itself, that the most profound restoration comes not from technique or knowledge alone, but from compassion freely given when needed most. If you found yourself in the presence of a phoenix in your moment of greatest need, what wound, visible or invisible, would you hope its tears might heal? Chapter 6. The Grounds of Hogwarts in Spring. When winter's icy grip begins to loosen on the Scottish Highlands, a remarkable transformation takes place around the ancient castle that has educated Britain's young witches and wizards for a millennium. Tonight, as the fire crackles with a gentler warmth, let us wander through the awakening grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as spring returns, bringing with it both natural beauty and magical wonder. The first harbingers of spring at Hogwarts often appear while patches of snow still cling stubbornly to the shadowed corners of the castle walls. By early March, observant students might notice the tentative emergence of snowdrops and crocuses along the path leading down to Hagrid's hut. These resilient blooms push through the cold earth with a determination that seems almost magical, though most are entirely mundane, with the notable exception of the singing crocuses that Professor Sprout cultivates near Greenhouse 1, whose tiny bell-shaped flowers emit soft, bell-like tones on particularly sunny days. As March progresses into April, the grounds undergo a more dramatic transformation. The Great Lake, which remains partially frozen throughout the Scottish winter, finally thaws completely. On particularly still mornings, students gazing from the castle windows might glimpse the giant squid lazily stretching its tentacles near the surface, seemingly as relieved as the castle's human inhabitants that winter has released its hold. Occasionally, the merpeople who dwell in the lake's depths can be spotted from the shore, taking advantage of the warmer surface waters to gather certain algae that only bloom in spring. The Forbidden Forest, too, stirs with renewed life. From the safety of Hagrid's garden, one might observe the forest's edge as it transitions from stark winter silhouettes to delicate green. The first leaves appear on the outermost trees, mostly ordinary beeches and oaks, before gradually spreading inward to the more magical species that dwell deeper within. According to Hagrid, spring prompts many of the forest's more reclusive creatures to become active again, though most remain wisely hidden from human view. For students of herbology, spring at Hogwarts offers particular delights. The greenhouses become hives of activity as plants that have lain dormant through winter begin their growth cycles anew. Professor Sprout typically schedules the repotting of mandrakes for early spring, taking advantage of their natural growth surge during this season. The distinctive cries of these valuable but temperamental plants can sometimes be heard by students walking between classes, muffled by the greenhouse glass but still recognizable. Near the edge of the forest, Hagrid's garden undergoes its own transformation. Unlike the carefully tended beds around the castle proper, Hagrid's approach to gardening favors the extraordinary over the orderly. His famous pumpkin patch, which will eventually produce the massive gourds that decorate the Great Hall at Halloween, begins with seemingly ordinary seedlings in spring. However, under the gamekeeper's care, and perhaps with the occasional help of an illegal charm or two, they soon grow at an astonishing rate. By late April, the young pumpkins are already the size of quaffles, their broad leaves creating a dense green carpet around his hut. For many students, spring at Hogwarts is inextricably linked with Quidditch. As the weather improves, team practices intensify with the approach of the final matches that will determine the winner of the Quidditch Cup. From the castle windows, one can often see the colorful blurs of house teams drilling formations over the pitch. Their robes, scarlet, blue, yellow, or green, standing out vividly against the freshly awakened landscape. The sounds of practice carry across the grounds, the sharp blast of the captain's whistle, the solid crack of a beater's bat connecting with a bludger, and the occasional cheer when a particularly difficult play succeeds. The path from the castle to the Quidditch pitch itself transforms in spring. What was a challenging trek through snow in winter becomes a pleasant walk bordered by wild flowers. Magical groundskeeping ensures that the path itself remains free of mud, regardless of spring rains, though venture a few steps to either side, and you might find yourself ankle-deep in Scottish bog. Seventh years with experience often recommend keeping a scouring charm ready for inevitable mishaps. Not all of spring's changes are visible to the casual observer. Beneath the surface of the newly thawed earth, magical activity stirs that affects the very foundation of Hogwarts. The castle, semi-sentient after centuries of housing powerful witches and wizards, seems to respond to the changing season. Suits of armor are found in new positions, having wandered during the night. Staircases that moved sluggishly during winter develop a new playfulness, changing direction more frequently. Even the stones themselves seem warmer to the touch, as if the castle breathes more deeply with the fresh spring air. For the careful observer, spring brings opportunities to witness magical flora that remain hidden the rest of the year. On the western side of the lake, a small grove of silver birches briefly develops luminescent bark during the spring equinox, glowing with a gentle blue-white light for exactly 3 nights. Generations of students have developed traditions around this phenomenon, from romantic trysts to clandestine study sessions illuminated by the tree's natural light. Near Hagrid's pumpkin patch grows a peculiar variant of dandelion, whose seeds, when blown on a spring breeze, form complex patterns in the air before dispersing. Some claim these patterns can be read like tea leaves to predict the upcoming exams, though divination professors generally dismiss this as wishful thinking rather than genuine foresight. Nevertheless, the tradition persists, with students gathering to blow the magical dandelions and interpret the swirling patterns of their seeds. Spring rains bring their own magic to Hogwarts. Unlike ordinary precipitation, rain that falls on the school grounds sometimes exhibits unusual properties. Occasionally, droplets might briefly hover before reaching the ground, creating a sparkling curtain of suspended water drops that reflects the castle in hundreds of tiny mirrors. Other times, the rain might fall in perfectly straight lines rather than at an angle, regardless of wind direction. Magical meteorologists attribute these phenomena to the concentrated magic that has seeped into the very soil of Hogwarts over centuries. The Homping Willow, that most dangerous of the castle's botanical guardians, undergoes its own spring transformation. While remaining every bit as violent toward those who approach too closely, it develops small, delicate leaves that contrast strangely with its aggressive nature. For a brief period in mid-spring, it even produces tiny white flowers. Professor Sprout once noted in a herbology lesson that these blossoms contain a mild sedative that could theoretically calm the tree itself, though collecting them would be nearly impossible without suffering serious injury from the tree's whip-like branches. As April turns to May, the grounds around the castle explode with color. The ordinary flowers of the carefully tended beds near the entrance doors bloom in coordinated patterns that change daily, maintained by the house elves who tend to this task with particular pride. These displays often reflect the current standings in the house cup, with subtle shifts in color scheme favoring whichever house holds the lead, a small but noticeable recognition that students of all ages appreciate. For creatures that inhabit the lake and its shores, spring brings its own rhythms. The grindy lows become more territorial, occasionally venturing into shallower waters during the full moon. Schools of plimpies begin their complex mating dances near the surface, creating ripple patterns that sometimes form recognizable shapes, much to the amusement of students who spot a perfect heart or star forming momentarily on the lake's surface. Even the giant squid, normally solitary, partakes in spring traditions. Once a year, typically during the first truly warm day in May, it can be observed collecting the fallen cherry blossoms that drift onto the lake's surface from trees near the astronomy tower. With surprising delicacy, its massive tentacles gather the pale pink petals into a floating arrangement before drawing them down to the depths. The purpose of this behavior remains unknown. Perhaps a gift for the merpeople, or simply an aesthetic appreciation that even magical cephalopods can apparently possess. The owlery undergoes its own springtime changes. The resident owls, more active with the longer daylight hours, can often be seen performing spectacular aerial displays over the grounds at dawn and dusk. These flights serve practical purposes, keeping hunting skills sharp and establishing hierarchies among the postal birds, but also seem to contain an element of pure joy, with complex spirals and synchronized glides that suggest the owls fly for pleasure as well as purpose. For students, spring at Hogwarts brings a peculiar tension, the natural desire to be outdoors conflicting with the approaching examination period. It becomes common to see small groups studying beneath the beech trees near the lake, surrounded by textbooks, but frequently distracted by the pleasant weather. Professors sometimes relent to this reality by holding occasional lessons outdoors, particularly for subjects like care of magical creatures or herbology that naturally lend themselves to the environment. Indeed, Hagrid's care of magical creatures lessons reach their zenith in spring. With favorable weather and newly active magical fauna, students might encounter creatures that remain hidden during winter months. The bowtruckles emerge from their tree homes to perform intricate mating rituals, while unicorn foals born during winter might make their first tentative appearances at the forest edge, under their mother's watchful protection. For many students, catching a glimpse of a silver unicorn foal against the green backdrop of spring foliage becomes a cherished memory of their Hogwarts years. As spring progresses towards summer, the very air around Hogwarts seems charged with a specific quality of magic. Long-term residents of the castle often remark that spells cast outdoors during late spring seem slightly more vivid, colors a touch brighter, effects somewhat more pronounced. Magical researchers attribute this phenomenon to the natural surge of life energy that accompanies spring, temporarily amplifying the ambient magic that perpetually surrounds the school. Perhaps most emblematic of spring at Hogwarts are the evenings, when the lengthening daylight creates that magical time photographers call the golden hour. The castle, always impressive, becomes truly spectacular when bathed in the warm light of a spring sunset. Its many windows catch the light like facets of an enormous gem, while the still waters of the lake reflect the structure so perfectly it seems two castles exist, one reaching toward the sky, one extending into unknown depths below. During these golden evenings, it's not uncommon to see Professor Dumbledore himself taking a contemplative walk along the lake shore, sometimes pausing to skip stones across the water, with surprising skill for a man of his years. These quiet moments remind observers that beneath the formal routines of school life, Hogwarts remains a place of beauty and wonder for all who dwell within its grounds, regardless of age or position. As our journey through springtime at Hogwarts draws to a close, the castle stands illuminated by the season's unique magic, not the obvious magic of wands and spells, but the subtle enchantment of renewal and growth that touches magical and non-magical places alike. Yet at Hogwarts, even this natural process takes on extraordinary qualities, creating a sanctuary where education occurs, not just through formal lessons, but through immersion in an environment where magic and nature intertwine in perfect harmony. If you could spend one perfect spring day on the grounds of Hogwarts, where would you wander, and what magical moment would you hope to witness as the castle awakens from winter's long embrace? Chapter 7. The Lessons in Advanced Potion Making. Ancient wisdom sometimes hides in unexpected places, passed from one generation to the next, through whispered secrets and faded marginalia. Tonight, as shadows dance across these shelves of weathered books, we shall open a particularly significant volume, one whose dog-eared pages and scribbled annotations concealed knowledge that would change the course of wizarding history. Advanced Potion Making by Libatius Borage stands as a standard text for sixth-year students at Hogwarts, guiding young witches and wizards through the increasingly complex art of potion brewing. Its pages detail the precise procedures for creating concoctions like the Draught of Living Death, Polyjuice Potion, and Felix Felicis, potions whose effects can alter fate and fortune when properly brewed. Yet one particular copy of this textbook contained far more than the printed instructions its publisher intended. This singular volume, stamped with the faded words, "Property of the Half-Blood Prince" on its inside cover, found its way into Harry Potter's hands during his 6th year at Hogwarts. Through pure chance, or perhaps the subtle machinations of fate, Harry received this book when Professor Slughorn revived his teaching career, finding himself without the expected new textbook and borrowing this aged copy from the school's supply cupboard. The book's previous owner, whom we now know was a young Severus Snape, had filled nearly every margin with tiny cramped handwriting. Between the official lines of instruction lay alternative methods, invented spells, and critical observations that revealed a prodigious talent for potion making and spell creation. These annotations transformed a standard textbook into something extraordinary, a master-apprentice relationship conducted across decades through the medium of handwritten notes. What made the Half-Blood Prince's annotations so remarkable was not merely that they offered shortcuts or improvements, but that they demonstrated a fundamental understanding of the principles underlying potion making itself. Where Borage provided standardized instructions meant to produce acceptable results for average students, Snape's modifications revealed the insights of a true innovator who recognized how and why ingredients interacted, allowing him to refine or completely reimagine the brewing process. Consider his famous instruction to crush soporiferous beans with the flat side of a silver dagger rather than cutting them as Borage directed. This seemingly minor adjustment released the bean's juice more efficiently, dramatically improving the efficacy of the draught of living death. Such modifications weren't mere tricks, but reflected a deeper understanding of magical properties and interactions, knowledge typically reserved for potioneers with decades of experience, not 16-year-old students. The margins of the text contained abbreviations and symbols of Snape's own devising, a personalized shorthand that allowed him to pack extensive observations into limited space. Small arrows indicated stirring directions, while asterisks marked particularly crucial moments in brewing processes. Numbers in circles suggested optimal brewing temperatures, often differing from Borage's recommendations. This systematic approach revealed a methodical mind that cataloged every observation and improvement with scientific precision. Beyond potion instructions, the book contained spells of Snape's own creation. Most notorious among these was Sectum Sempra, labeled ominously, for enemies without explanation of its devastating effects. This dark spell, which caused severe lacerations as if the victim had been attacked with an invisible sword, demonstrated the dual nature of Snape's brilliance, capable of both healing innovations and dangerous creations. Other spells like Levicorpus and Muffliato proved less harmful but equally inventive, becoming part of the standard repertoire of many Hogwarts students once discovered. What psychological insights might we glean from these annotations? The meticulous nature of the notes suggests a student who found refuge in precision and control. The occasional sarcastic comments scribbled beside particularly inefficient instructions reveal a biting wit and impatience with mediocrity. Yet there's also evidence of genuine delight in discovery, small exclamation points or underlined successes marking breakthroughs in his experimentation. Through these marginal comments, we glimpse a complex young man finding solace and purpose in the exacting art of potion making. The book's influence on Harry Potter cannot be overstated. Under the unwitting tutelage of the Half-Blood Prince, Harry suddenly excelled in potions, a subject in which he had previously struggled. His newfound expertise won him the coveted vial of Felix Felicis from Professor Slughorn, and more importantly, earned Slughorn's trust and admiration. This relationship would prove crucial in obtaining the memory about Horcruxes that Dumbledore needed to understand Voldemort's path to apparent immortality. Yet Harry's reliance on the annotated textbook raised important questions about the nature of learning and achievement. Hermione Granger's disapproval stemmed not merely from her rigid adherence to rules, but from a legitimate concern about depending on shortcuts rather than developing true understanding. The tension between Harry's success and Hermione's skepticism reflects broader educational debates about process versus results, and whether true mastery requires working through difficulties rather than circumventing them. The irony, of course, is that Snape himself, who as professor had criticized Harry for years, became Harry's anonymous mentor through these annotations. The young teacher who had sneered at Harry's potions work was now, through his teenage writing, guiding Harry to unprecedented success in the subject. This strange connection between bitter enemies, formed through yellowed pages and faded ink, adds another layer to the complex relationship between Harry Potter and Severus Snape. For Slughorn, Harry's apparent talent represented a confirmation of his expectations. Here was Lily Evans' son, showing the same brilliance in potions that his mother had displayed. This misattribution strengthened Slughorn's inclination to favor Harry, never realizing that the true potions genius influencing his classroom was not Lily's legacy, but Severus Snape's, a young man Slughorn had appreciated, but never recognized as truly exceptional during his earlier teaching years. The annotations themselves reveal fascinating glimpses into the development of potions as a discipline. Several modifications suggest that Borage's textbook contained instructions deliberately made more complicated than necessary, perhaps to ensure student focus or to prevent dangerous shortcuts. Snape's adjustments often simplified processes while improving results, suggesting that much of Potion's education at Hogwarts prioritized careful adherence to procedure over efficient outcomes. Some of the prince's notes also referenced ingredients or techniques not commonly included in standard wizarding education. References to obscure plants with known dark magical properties indicate Snape's early interest in the more shadowed aspects of potion making. These explorations likely laid the groundwork for his later abilities as both a Death Eater capable of brewing complex poisons and an Order member who could create antidotes to save lives. The physical condition of the book itself told a story. Its spine was broken from frequent use. Certain pages bore the stains of ingredients accidentally spilled during brewing, and the corners of pages containing particularly important potions were dog-eared for quick reference. This was not a pristine academic text, but a working document. The laboratory notebook of a brilliant young mind pushing the boundaries of established magical knowledge. What became of this remarkable volume after Harry concealed it in the Room of Requirement? The room's destruction during the Battle of Hogwarts likely consumed this treasure of magical innovation, along with countless other hidden objects. While the specific book may have been lost, its contents lived on through the spells Snape created that entered common usage, and through the potions techniques he would later teach, albeit less generously to subsequent generations of Hogwarts students. Perhaps most intriguing are the questions about other annotated textbooks that may have existed. Did Snape maintain similar notes in his other school texts? Did any of his Slytherin contemporaries benefit from his insights, or did he guard his discoveries jealously? Might other copies of his annotated works still exist somewhere, perhaps in the possession of former classmates, or hidden in forgotten corners of Hogwarts Castle? The possibility tantalizes magical historians and collectors who would consider such artifacts priceless. The story of the Half-Blood Prince's Potions book reminds us that knowledge is rarely created solely through official channels. Behind the standardized instructions of textbooks often lies the unrecognized wisdom of individuals who question, experiment, and refine. In many ways, magical innovation has always progressed through this tension between established practices and maverick improvements, from Merlin's revolutionary transfiguration techniques to Dumbledore's groundbreaking work in alchemy with Nicholas Flamel. Perhaps what makes the advanced potion-making annotations so compelling is that they represent knowledge divorced from its creator's identity. When Harry followed these instructions, he did so without the prejudice he would have felt knowing they came from Snape. This anonymous transmission allowed the knowledge itself to be judged purely on its merits, free from the complicated emotions and politics that often color our reception of new ideas. For teachers of potions, the Half-Blood Prince's book raises uncomfortable questions about curriculum and instruction. If a 16-year-old student could so significantly improve upon standard methods, what does this suggest about the field's approach to education? Slughorn himself, though an accomplished potioneer, never questioned the textbook's instructions until seeing Harry's improved results. This points to a conservatism in magical education that may sometimes hinder, rather than help students' development. Beyond its practical value, the annotated textbook serves as a poignant artifact connecting Snape's troubled youth to his complex adulthood. The brilliant, ambitious teenager who identified himself as the Half-Blood Prince, proudly claiming his witch mother's heritage while rejecting his Muggle father's surname, would grow into the bitter, conflicted man who protected Harry while seeming to despise him. The book stands as evidence of what might have been had Snape's extraordinary talents found different channels for expression. In the years following the Second Wizarding War, rumors occasionally surfaced about potioneers attempting to recreate the Half-Blood Prince's innovations based on second-hand accounts from former classmates. Some professional brewing guilds reportedly offer substantial rewards for verifiable notes in Snape's handwriting, particularly those pertaining to advanced healing potions. While most such claims prove false, the persistent interest speaks to the legendary status the annotated textbook has acquired in wizarding lore. As our exploration of this remarkable volume draws to a close, we're left to contemplate the layers of meaning contained in its annotated margins. What began as a student's personal notes became an instrument of Harry's success, a window into Snape's brilliant but troubled mind, and ultimately a small but significant factor in Voldemort's defeat. Few objects in wizarding history have played such diverse roles while remaining, fundamentally, a simple school textbook marked by a teenager's cramped handwriting. As the firelight dims and the story of the Half-Blood Prince's book fades back into history, perhaps we might ask ourselves, what wisdom might we be overlooking in the margins of our own lives, and what anonymous teachers might be guiding us through notes written by hands we never recognized? Chapter 8. The History of Godric's Hollow. Ancient settlements hold memories in their very stones, the echoes of past events lingering in crooked lanes and weathered buildings. Tonight, as winter winds whisper outside our windows, let us journey to a place where wizarding and muggle worlds have coexisted for centuries, a village whose quaint appearance belies its central role in some of the most significant moments in magical history. Godric's Hollow, nestled in the rolling hills of the West Country, appears at first glance to be nothing more extraordinary than a typical English village. Its church spire rises above a cluster of cottages, surrounding a village square with a war memorial that most muggles perceive as an ordinary cenotaph. Yet, for those with magical sight, this same monument transforms into a statue depicting three figures, James and Lily Potter, with their infant son Harry in their arms, a permanent tribute to their sacrifice on that fateful Halloween night in 1981. The village derives its name from Godric Gryffindor, one of the four founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who was born in this settlement sometime in the 10th century. While the exact location of Gryffindor's birthplace remains uncertain, local tradition identifies a weathered stone cottage on the village outskirts as his childhood home. Magical historians debate this claim, but none dispute that the village's name preserves the memory of its most famous son, whose courage and principles would later define one of Hogwarts' four houses. Following the International Statute of Secrecy in 1689, which formally separated wizarding and muggle societies, Godric's Hollow became one of several villages throughout Britain where magical families congregated. Unlike purely wizarding settlements such as Hogsmeade, these half-and-half communities allowed wizarding families to live among muggles while maintaining a network of magical neighbors with whom they could interact openly when away from non-magical eyes. By the early 18th century, Godric's Hollow had developed a significant wizarding population, with family names like Abbott, Bagshot, and Dumbledore establishing roots that would endure for generations. These families maintained an intricate social balance, participating in village life sufficiently to avoid suspicion while carefully concealing their magical abilities from their muggle neighbors. This delicate coexistence created a unique cultural dynamic that characterized the village for centuries. The parish church of St. Clementine, with its stained glass windows depicting seemingly ordinary religious scenes, contains subtle magical symbolism visible only to witches and wizards. The graveyard adjacent to this church holds particular significance for magical historians, as it contains the final resting places of numerous notable wizarding families. The ancient yew tree at its center is said to have grown from a wand wood cutting planted by Godric Gryffindor himself, though like many such legends, this claim lacks definitive proof. Perhaps the most historically significant residence in Godric's Hollow is the modest cottage that once belonged to the Dumbledore family. Percival and Kendra Dumbledore moved to the village with their three children, Albus, Aberforth, and Ariana, seeking anonymity after Percival's imprisonment in Azkaban for attacking three Muggle boys. The family's tragic story unfolded within these walls, culminating in Kendra's accidental death at the hands of her magically unstable daughter Ariana, and later, the devastating three-way duel between Albus, Aberforth, and Gellert Grindelwald that resulted in Ariana's death. For much of the 20th century, the most knowledgeable chronicler of Godric's Hollow's magical history was Bathilda Bagshot, author of A History of Magic, the standard historical textbook used at Hogwarts. Her stone cottage, filled with ancient books and magical artifacts collected throughout her long life, became an unofficial archive of village history. Bathilda's encyclopedic knowledge made her a resource for magical researchers, including a young Albus Dumbledore, and years later, the journalist Rita Skeeter researching her controversial biography of Dumbledore. The village square features a small obelisk commemorating the residents who fell during the two Muggle World Wars. However, when no Muggles are present, this monument transforms into the statue of the Potter family, unveiled after Voldemort's first defeat. This magical memorial, visible only to witches and wizards, represents one of the more obvious magical elements in a village that otherwise maintains careful separation between its magical and non-magical aspects. Perhaps no location in Godric's Hollow carries more emotional weight than the Potter cottage at the end of the High Street. Following the tragic events of October 31st, 1981, the building was preserved in its partially destroyed state as a monument. Invisible to Muggles, who perceive only an overgrown vacant lot, the cottage stands as a somber reminder of Voldemort's first defeat and the sacrifice that made it possible. The right side of the upper floor, where the killing curse rebounded from infant Harry to strike Voldemort, remains blown apart, the interior exposed to the elements. Over the years, thousands of witches and wizards have made pilgrimages to this site, leaving messages of support and gratitude on the gate and surrounding wall. These inscriptions, ranging from simple signatures to heartfelt testimonials, form a collective expression of the wizarding world's gratitude to the Potter family. The Ministry of Magic periodically debates whether to restore the cottage, but public sentiment has consistently favored preserving it as a historical site in its damaged condition. Beyond these prominent locations, Godric's Hollow contains numerous buildings of more subtle magical significance. The village post office, unremarkable to Muggle eyes, contains a hidden back room where owls rest between deliveries to local wizarding families. The Sweet Chestnut Inn, while serving ordinary ale to Muggle patrons, offers butterbeer and fire whiskey through a special menu, visible only to magical customers who tap their wand 3 times against the bar's edge. The cultural life of Godric's Hollow reflects its dual nature. Annual celebrations like the May Day Festival include traditional Muggle Morris dancing alongside subtly incorporated magical elements visible only to wizarding participants. The Harvest Festival features produce competitions where wizarding gardeners must carefully ensure their magically enhanced vegetables don't appear suspiciously perfect when displayed alongside Muggle-grown entries. For centuries, wizarding families in Godric's Hollow developed sophisticated systems for communicating with each other without alerting their Muggle neighbors. Color-changing weather vanes, enchanted door knockers that played different melodies depending on the visitor's magical status, and garden ornaments that subtly shifted position to indicate the presence of ministry officials all formed part of this clandestine network. Many of these traditions faded as magical communication methods like Owl Post and Flu networks became more established, but some older families maintained these practices out of respect for tradition. During the First Wizarding War, Godric's Hollow's mixed population made it both a refuge and a target. Some wizarding families chose the village believing its partly Muggle nature would make it an unlikely focus for Death Eater activity. Conversely, other magical residents left, fearing that the village's historical significance might draw unwanted attention from Voldemort's followers. This period of tension tested the community's cohesion, with some magical families withdrawing entirely from interaction with their Muggle neighbors out of caution, or in some unfortunate cases growing suspicion. The Potter family's choice of Godric's Hollow as their hiding place carried historical resonance beyond practicality. As descendants of the Peverell family, who had lived in the village for generations, the Potters had deep ancestral connections to the location. The Peverell brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignatus, associated with the Deathly Hallows legend, were buried in the village cemetery centuries earlier. Thus, when James and Lily Potter sought refuge from Voldemort, they weren't simply choosing a strategically useful location, but returning to a place with profound connections to their family heritage. Following Voldemort's temporary defeat in 1981, Godric's Hollow experienced a period of relative peace. Tourist activity increased as witches and wizards visited the Potter Memorial, but protective enchantments prevented this from disrupting the village's Muggle population. The regular rhythm of life resumed, with magical and non-magical residents continuing their careful coexistence, the boundaries between their worlds maintained through centuries of practiced discretion. When Harry Potter and Hermione Granger visited Godric's Hollow on Christmas Eve of 1997 during their hunt for Horcruxes, they encountered a village shrouded in snow and holiday decorations. Despite the festive atmosphere, shadows of the Second Wizarding War had reached even this secluded community. Bathilda Bagshot's cottage, once a treasury of historical knowledge, had become a neglected, malodorous trap following her death and the occupation of her corpse by Voldemort's snake, Nagini. The village's magical defenses were tested that night when Harry and Hermione narrowly escaped Voldemort's trap in Bathilda's house. The subsequent magical battle, brief but intense, threatened to expose the wizarding world to Muggle residents. Ministry Obliviators reportedly spent several days afterward modifying the memories of Muggles who had glimpsed strange lights or heard unusual sounds emanating from the supposedly abandoned cottage. In the years following Voldemort's final defeat, Godric's Hollow has regained its peaceful character while embracing its historical significance. The Potter cottage underwent additional preservation spells to prevent further deterioration while maintaining its memorial status. The village cemetery received renewed attention from magical historians, documenting the connections between families buried there, revealing previously unrecognized relationships between prominent wizarding lineages. Today, Godric's Hollow continues its centuries-old tradition of magical and Muggle coexistence. Wizarding families still move to the village, drawn by its historical associations and the presence of an established magical community. The careful balance between openness and secrecy persists, with each generation learning the unwritten rules that govern life in this unique settlement. Children from magical families grow up understanding when and where they can practice magic openly and when discretion is essential, lessons in the practical application of the Statute of Secrecy. Visitors to Godric's Hollow often remark on the palpable sense of history that permeates the village. Beyond the obvious landmarks, the Potter cottage, the cemetery, the memorial statue, there's something in the atmosphere itself that communicates the weight of past events. Magical sensitives sometimes report experiencing brief visions of historical moments when visiting certain locations, particularly around the village square or near the church at twilight. Perhaps what makes Godric's Hollow truly special is not any single historical event that occurred there, but the continuous thread of magical life it represents. From Godric Gryffindor's birth in the early medieval period to the pivotal moments of the Potter family's story, the village has been woven into the fabric of British wizarding history. It stands as a testament to the possibility of coexistence between magical and non-magical communities, albeit with careful boundaries maintained. As winter snow continues to fall on the cottages and winding lanes of Godric's Hollow in our imagination, the village sleeps beneath a blanket of white, its Muggle residents unaware of the magical history surrounding them, its wizarding inhabitants maintaining the delicate balance that has preserved their community for over 1,000 years. The church bell tolls the hour, its sound carrying across both worlds simultaneously, a reminder that some experiences remain universal, despite the profound differences that separate magical from Muggle life. If you could walk the snowy lanes of Godric's Hollow on a Christmas Eve, which threshold would you most wish to cross? The ancient church, with its magically encoded windows, the ruins of the Potter cottage standing in silent testimony, or perhaps the home where a young Albus Dumbledore once dreamed of changing the world alongside his brilliant, dangerous friend. Chapter 9. The musical talents of Myron Wagtail. The wizarding world, like our own, finds rhythm and melody woven through its cultural fabric, magical notes that bind communities and generations in shared experience. Tonight, as embers glow and shadows dance across these ancient walls, let us explore the remarkable story of a musician whose voice became the soundtrack for a generation of young witches and wizards during some of the wizarding world's darkest days. Myron Wagtail, the charismatic lead singer of the wizarding rock band The Weird Sisters, transformed magical entertainment with his distinctive voice and theatrical performances. Though his name might not command the same historical weight as Dumbledore or Grindelwald, his cultural impact on everyday wizarding life during the 1980s and 1990s was profound, offering moments of joy and collective experience during times of increasing darkness. Born to a wizarding family in Cardiff in the early 1960s, young Myron showed magical ability early, particularly in charms related to sound and resonance. Family members recall that even as a toddler, his accidental magic often manifested as musical phenomena, household objects humming in harmony, or garden gnomes suddenly breaking into synchronized dance routines. His magical education at Hogwarts, where he was sorted into Hufflepuff House, was by his own admission passable but unremarkable, with the notable exception of Charms class, where his natural affinity for sound-based magic made him a standout student. While many musicians in both the magical and muggle worlds can trace their passion to childhood lessons or family traditions, Wagtail's musical journey began unusually late. According to interviews he gave to Witch Weekly in the height of his fame, he didn't seriously consider music as a path until his 6th year at Hogwarts, when a failed romantic relationship led him to magically amplify his heartbreak through an enchanted guitar borrowed from a friend. The emotional release he experienced became addictive, and soon Wagtail was spending more time in the room of requirement with transfigured instruments than studying for his approaching Newty examinations. The original lineup of the Weird Sisters formed in the smoky back room of the Three Broomsticks during a Hogsmeade weekend in 1982. Wagtail connected with Curly Duke, a Ravenclaw with extraordinary talent on the enchanted lute, and Orsino Thruston, a Gryffindor, whose animated drumming style literally sent sparks flying from his drumsticks during particularly intense performances. This core trio performed their first impromptu concert in the Hogwarts courtyard, promptly earning themselves a week of detention from Professor McGonagall, not for the performance itself, but for the minor riot it caused among the student body. What set the Weird Sisters apart from previous wizarding bands was their deliberate fusion of Muggle rock influences with distinctly magical elements. While earlier magical performers had largely ignored developments in Muggle music, Wagtail embraced them, smuggling Muggle vinyl records into Hogwarts and studying the vocal techniques of Muggle performers like Freddie Mercury and David Bowie. This cross-cultural approach initially drew criticism from wizarding purists, but would ultimately revolutionize magical entertainment. When his parents had hoped for, Wagtail convinced his bandmates to pursue music full-time, a decision that required considerable courage given the limited career prospects for wizarding musicians at that time. The early years were difficult. The band traveled by night bus between small venues in magical villages, often performing for little more than free butterbeer and a place to sleep. During this period, they expanded their lineup to include Heathcote Barbary on magical rhythm guitar, Herman Wintringham on enchanted cello, and Gideon Crumb on magically enhanced bagpipes, creating the distinctive sound that would eventually make them famous. The band's breakthrough came with their 1987 single Do the Hippogriff, a stomping anthem whose chorus featured a melody that caused listeners' feet to involuntarily tap in rhythm. The Enchanted records, produced by the magical recording label Spellbound Sounds, sold out their first pressing within days, requiring the overnight production of additional copies to meet demand. Wagtail's vocals, described by Wireless Wizarding Network music critic Modesta Hawksworth as possessing a raw emotional magic that transcends mere charm work, connected particularly with younger witches and wizards who found his performances cathartic and authentic. As the Weird Sisters' popularity grew, so did Wagtail's reputation as a magnetic front man. His stage presence combined theatrical wizarding traditions with rock and roll swagger. He often entered the stage in a cloud of colored smoke, or suspended upside down above the audience, singing entire songs while floating over the crowd. Unlike some magical performers who relied heavily on spells and enchantments to enhance mediocre talent, Wagtail's vocal abilities were genuinely exceptional. He could sustain notes that caused nearby glasses to vibrate at their resonant frequency, and his voice range spanned an impressive 3.5 octaves. The band's fashion aesthetic, largely driven by Wagtail's distinctive taste, similarly bridged magical and Muggle influences. Their tattered black robes, silver jewelry, and deliberately disheveled appearance shocked older wizards accustomed to more traditional magical entertainment. Young fans, however, enthusiastically embraced the look, leading to a noticeable shift in wizarding fashion during the late 1980s. Gladrag's Wizardwear even released a concert collection inspired by the Weird Sisters style, featuring robe linings that flashed with colored lights in rhythm with nearby music. Wagtail's lyrics often addressed themes relevant to the experiences of young witches and wizards navigating the complexities of magical identity. Songs like Transfiguration of the Heart and This Charms for You used magical metaphors to explore universal emotions, while tracks such as Ministry for Muggles subtly criticized wizarding isolationism. This social consciousness in their music became more pronounced as the political climate in the wizarding world darkened with Voldemort's return. The Weird Sisters reached the pinnacle of their fame in 1994 when they performed at the Yule Ball during the Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts. This performance, witnessed by students from 3 prestigious European wizarding schools, catapulted them to international recognition. Wagtail later described this concert as the most magically charged performance of my life, noting that the collective emotions of hundreds of teenagers experiencing their first formal dance created an atmosphere where his voice carried emotional resonances he had never achieved before or since. What many fans don't realize is that this period of public triumph coincided with personal struggles for Wagtail. According to band members who later spoke to the Quibbler, Wagtail experienced recurring nightmares during this time, disturbing dreams featuring a cold, high-pitched laugh that left him shaken and unable to sleep. Some magical theorists have retrospectively suggested these dreams may have been a form of psychic sensitivity to Voldemort's growing power, though Wagtail himself has always maintained they were merely stress-induced night terrors resulting from the pressures of fame. As evidence of Voldemort's return mounted and the wizarding world darkened, the Weird Sisters' music took on greater significance. Their 1996 album, Invisible Threads, featured more somber themes, with Wagtail's lyrics exploring fear, loyalty, and resistance. The band's concerts became not just entertainment, but gathering places where young witches and wizards could experience collective solidarity during uncertain times. The Ministry of Magic, increasingly under Voldemort's influence, began to view these gatherings with suspicion, occasionally sending officials to monitor song lyrics for subversive content. During the height of Voldemort's power, when performances became too dangerous, Wagtail converted his musical talents to a different purpose. Using a network of enchanted wireless sets, operating on constantly changing frequencies, he broadcast underground music programs under the pseudonym The Nightingale. These broadcasts included coded messages for resistance members, alongside music that maintained morale. The shows always concluded with the Weird Sisters' poignant ballad, Light in Darkness, which became an unofficial anthem for those opposing Voldemort's regime. After Voldemort's defeat, Wagtail emerged as a cultural bridge builder. The Weird Sisters performed at the victory celebration at Hogwarts, with their emotional rendition of Rising from Ashes moving many in attendance to tears. In the years that followed, Wagtail used his celebrity status to promote healing and unity, organizing benefit concerts for war, orphans, and championing educational reforms that included Muggle music appreciation in the Hogwarts curriculum. The band's popularity inevitably waned as new magical musical acts emerged, but Wagtail's influence on wizarding culture remained indelible. Young magical musicians who never experienced the Weird Sisters in their prime still study Wagtail's vocal techniques and performance style. His innovative use of sonorous charms to create layered vocal harmonies fundamentally changed how magical music is produced and performed. Beyond his musical contributions, Wagtail's willingness to incorporate Muggle influences into wizarding entertainment helped shift cultural attitudes. Young witches and wizards who grew up attending Weird Sisters concerts or listening to their enchanted records developed more positive perspectives on Muggle culture than previous generations. This subtle form of cultural integration complemented the more explicit post-war reforms championed by Hermione Granger and others at the Ministry of Magic. In recent years, Wagtail has reduced his public performances but remains active behind the scenes in magical music production. His recording studio in Hogsmeade, Resonant Magic, has become an incubator for emerging magical musical talent. Using specialized charms developed throughout his career, Wagtail helps young artists capture the emotional essence of their performances in ways that conventional recording methods cannot achieve. Several of his protégés have gone on to significant success, including the popular witch-folk trio Spellbound and the experimental sound sculptor Octavia Harmonious. Wagtail's personal life has remained largely private, despite his public persona. He married his Hogwarts sweetheart, Imogen Turpin, in a quiet ceremony in 1990, and they raised 3 children away from the spotlight in a magically concealed cottage in the Lake District. Friends describe him as surprisingly reserved in private settings, a stark contrast to his flamboyant stage presence. This duality speaks to the performer's understanding of the transformative power of music, which allows even the most introverted individuals to connect with crowds of thousands through shared emotional experience. The magical techniques Wagtail pioneered continue to evolve in fascinating directions. His experiments with emotion-infused vocals led to breakthroughs in therapeutic applications of music magic. Mungo's Hospital now employs specially trained musical healers who use adaptations of Wagtail's techniques to treat patients suffering from emotional trauma or spell damage. These treatments have proven particularly effective for survivors of the Second Wizarding War who experience persistent memory or emotional disturbances. The cultural legacy of Myron Wagtail and the Weird Sisters extends beyond their music to include their profound impact on wizarding youth culture. By creating spaces where young witches and wizards could express themselves authentically, they helped nurture the generation that would ultimately stand against Voldemort's return. The confidence and solidarity fostered at their concerts translated into courage when it was most needed, demonstrating how art that might seem frivolous in peaceful times can become essential during crisis. As our exploration of Myron Wagtail's remarkable musical journey draws to a close, we're reminded that magic manifests not only through wands and potions, but through creative expression that touches hearts and transforms communities. The notes may fade, and the applause eventually quiets, but the echoes of his music continue to resonate through wizarding culture, a melodic thread connecting past struggles with future possibilities. When you think of the songs that have shaped your own life's journey, what melodies would your magical biography contain, and which lyrics might reveal the truths you hold most dear? Chapter 10. The Many Uses of Dragon Blood. Some substances in the magical world hold such extraordinary properties that they become fundamental to countless aspects of wizarding life. Tonight, as the fire burns low and shadows deepen around us, let us explore one of the most versatile and valuable magical substances known to wizard kind. The remarkable fluid that flows through the veins of the wizarding world's most formidable creatures, dragon blood, with its distinctive deep crimson color and subtle iridescent sheen, stands among the most prized ingredients in the magical world. Its rarity, potency, and remarkable diversity of magical applications have made it a substance of fascination for alchemists, potioneers, and magical researchers across the centuries. Yet few have contributed more to our understanding of this extraordinary fluid than Albus Dumbledore, whose groundbreaking research identified 12 distinct uses, earning him international recognition long before he became Hogwarts headmaster. The procurement of dragon blood presents significant challenges that contribute to its scarcity and value. The most ethically sound sources come from dragon reserves, where specialists collect blood from naturally deceased dragons, or during routine medical procedures for living specimens. These reserves, like the Romanian sanctuary where Charlie Weasley worked, maintains strict regulations regarding the collection and distribution of dragon products. A single vial of ethically sourced dragon blood commands prices that would strain the budget of most wizarding households, placing it beyond reach for all but the most serious magical practitioners or well-funded institutions. The first, and perhaps most widely recognized use of dragon blood, is as a potent cleaning agent for magical objects. Unlike mundane cleaning solutions, dragon blood doesn't merely remove surface grime, but actively dissolves residual magical effects that might have accumulated on artifacts over time, particularly valuable for antique magical items whose precise history remains unknown. A careful application of diluted dragon blood can strip away centuries of magical contamination without harming the object's fundamental enchantments. Collectors of magical antiquities consider a small vial of dragon blood an essential tool in their restoration efforts. The medical applications of dragon blood represent its second major use, one that has saved countless wizarding lives throughout history. When properly processed and administered by trained healers, dragon blood demonstrates remarkable tissue regeneration properties. Mungo's Hospital maintains a carefully regulated reserve of dragon blood, specifically for treating severe magical burns and wounds resistant to conventional healing spells. The regenerative effects work most dramatically on injuries caused by magical creatures or curses, making it particularly valuable during the Wizarding Wars when curse-inflicted wounds were common. Alchemical processes constitute the third significant application, where dragon blood serves as a powerful catalytic agent. Nicholas Flamel's journals, partially preserved in the Hogwarts restricted section, reference the essential role of Hungarian horntail blood in specific stages of the Philosopher's Stone's creation. The blood's intrinsic magical properties appear to stabilize transformative reactions that would otherwise collapse under their own magical energy. Modern alchemists continue to study these properties, though few achieve the mastery required to utilize them effectively. The fourth use involves magical security systems of the highest order. When incorporated into protective enchantments, dragon blood creates barriers that not only repel intruders, but actively adapt to counteract attempts to breach them. Gringotts Bank reportedly uses this property in its highest security vaults, creating protective measures that evolve in response to potential threats. This adaptive quality derives from the blood's connection to dragons themselves, creatures known for their intelligence and magical resilience. Dumbledore's fifth documented use concerns preservation of magical specimens. Certain highly unstable magical substances, which would normally deteriorate rapidly when collected, can be maintained indefinitely in a solution containing properly prepared dragon blood. This discovery revolutionized magical research by allowing the study of ephemeral phenomena that previously could only be observed in their natural state. The Department of Mysteries reportedly maintains an extensive collection of otherwise transient magical essences preserved through this technique. The sixth application relates to divination, though this remains among the more controversial uses. When heated to precise temperatures over specific woods, the steam rising from dragon blood can form patterns that skilled seers interpret to glimpse possible futures. Unlike many divination methods dismissed by skeptics, this technique has occasionally produced verifiable predictions, particularly regarding natural magical phenomena like dragon migrations or phoenix burning days. Professor Trelawney reportedly considered this method more reliable than many others, though she preferred tea leaves for pedagogical purposes. Enhanced magical inks constitute the seventh use, creating writing materials with extraordinary properties. Documents inscribed using properly prepared dragon blood inks develop unique characteristics. They resist magical tampering, remain legible under conditions that would destroy ordinary writing, and can be enchanted to remain visible only to specific individuals. The original Marauder's map reportedly incorporated dragon blood ink in specific sections, contributing to its remarkable magical resilience and ability to identify individuals regardless of disguise or transfiguration. The eighth application involves wand lore, where dragon blood serves a specialized purpose in the treatment of certain wand woods. When applied to woods with particularly stubborn magical properties, such as blackthorn or certain types of oak, dragon blood can increase receptivity to magical cores without compromising the wood's natural strength. Wand makers employ this technique rarely and with extreme caution, as the process requires precise application and can irreversibly alter the wand's magical characteristics if performed incorrectly. Magical agriculture benefits from the ninth use, where highly diluted dragon blood serves as an exceptional fertilizer for magical plants with carnivorous tendencies. Professor Sprout maintained a small supply in Greenhouse 3, specifically for this purpose, using minute quantities to nourish particularly challenging specimens like venomous tentacula and certain varieties of magical orchids native to dragon habitats. The blood appears to provide not just nutritional benefits, but also strengthens the plant's inherent magical properties. The creation of semi-permanent magical flames represents the 10th application. When properly prepared dragon blood is ignited under specific conditions, it produces flames that can burn for months, or even years without additional fuel. Unlike ordinary magical fires, these flames maintain consistent temperature and magical properties throughout their duration. The most famous example exists in the Bulgarian Institute for Magical Research, where flames created from Chinese fireball blood have reportedly burned continuously since 1837. Serving as a constant magical heat source for sensitive experimental work. The 11th use concerns the development of magical antidotes. Dragon blood contains natural neutralizing agents effective against numerous magical toxins and venoms, particularly valuable in countering rare or newly discovered poisonous substances. Skilled potioneers can isolate these components to create broad-spectrum antidotes when specific countermeasures remain unknown. This application saved countless lives during periods when dark wizards deliberately created novel toxic substances to evade standard medicinal responses. The 12th and final use documented by Dumbledore involves the stabilization of volatile magical transformations. Certain advanced transfigurations, particularly those involving multiple elements or crossing boundaries between living and non-living material, become exponentially more stable when dragon blood is incorporated into the process. This property proves especially valuable in medical transfigurations, where precise, lasting results are essential for patient safety. The technique remains restricted to the most skilled transfiguration masters due to its complexity and the precious nature of the primary ingredient. Beyond Dumbledore's 12 documented uses, subsequent researchers have identified additional applications, though none have been studied with the same thoroughness or achieved the same official recognition. Experimental potioneers have found that incorporating minute quantities of dragon blood into certain memory potions enhances their efficacy and duration, while reducing side effects commonly associated with memory modification. This discovery has particular relevance for healing psychological trauma, though ethical concerns limit its application. The international trade in dragon blood remains strictly regulated under the ban on experimental breeding and the Dragon Protection Act. These regulations emerged partly in response to historical periods when dragons were hunted specifically for their blood, driving certain subspecies to near extinction. The most ethically sound sources today come from dragon sanctuaries, where blood is collected only from natural mortalities or during necessary medical procedures. This regulated approach has stabilized dragon populations while ensuring continued availability of this precious substance for legitimate magical purposes. Different dragon species produce blood with subtle variations in magical properties. Chinese fireball blood demonstrates particular efficacy in applications involving heat and flame, while Swedish short-snout blood excels in preservation contexts. Romanian longhorn blood contains especially potent healing properties, making it particularly valuable for medical applications. These variations have led some specialists to advocate for more nuanced regulation, acknowledging that dragon blood represents not a single substance, but a family of related magical materials with distinct optimal uses. The storage and preservation of dragon blood requires specialized knowledge and equipment. Exposure to certain metals causes rapid deterioration, while improper temperature control can trigger unexpected magical reactions. Most professional potioneers store their supplies in vessels carved from volcanic stone or certain crystals formed under magical conditions. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures mandates specific containment protocols for all licensed possessors of dragon blood, with regular inspections ensuring compliance with these safety measures. The cultural significance of dragon blood extends beyond its practical applications. Throughout wizarding history, it has symbolized power, endurance, and magical potency in various cultural traditions. Ancient wizarding families often incorporated dragon blood imagery into their heraldry, while certain magical communities performed ceremonial applications of diluted dragon blood to strengthen protective wards around their settlements. These traditions continue in modified forms among certain conservative wizarding communities, though with synthetic substitutes rather than actual dragon products. Educational approaches to dragon blood vary considerably between wizarding schools. At Hogwarts, students encounter it primarily in theoretical contexts, until advanced levels of study, with actual samples reserved for new 2-level potions and care of magical creatures. Durmstrang Institute, with its greater emphasis on practical magical applications, introduces students to dragon blood earlier, though in carefully controlled situations. Beauxbatons Academy takes a more conservationist approach, focusing extensively on ethical procurement and alternatives before allowing students to work with the actual substance. The economic value of dragon blood has fluctuated throughout wizarding history, reaching particularly high levels during periods when dragon hunting was restricted, but before sanctuary-based collection systems were well established. In contemporary wizarding society, legal dragon blood ranks among the most valuable non-artifact commodities by weight, with prices reflecting both its practical utility and the ethical costs of proper procurement. This high value has unfortunately sustained a black market trade that sanctuary programs and magical law enforcement continuously work to eliminate. For the average witch or wizard, direct contact with dragon blood remains unusual outside specialized professions. Most encounter its effects indirectly through products that incorporate it: high-end cleaning solutions for valuable magical items, specialized medicinal preparations, or particularly powerful protective amulets. The rarity and expense ensure that even these diluted applications remain luxury items rather than everyday magical tools. Research into potential substitutes for dragon blood represents an active field in magical innovation. Ethical concerns about dragon conservation, combined with practical limitations on supply, have motivated researchers to develop alternatives that replicate specific properties of dragon blood without requiring the original substance. While complete substitution remains elusive, specialized replacements for particular applications have shown promise, potentially reducing demand for this precious resource while maintaining access to its beneficial properties. As we conclude our exploration of dragon blood's remarkable versatility, we might reflect on how this substance exemplifies the complex relationship between the magical world and its most powerful creatures. From the unethical exploitation of earlier centuries to the carefully regulated conservation practices of modern sanctuaries, the story of dragon blood parallels broader themes in magical history: how wizard kind has gradually learned to value and protect the sources of magical power rather than merely extracting them for immediate benefit. The uses of dragon blood, whether Dumbledore's famous 12 or the additional applications discovered since, remind us that the most profound magic often comes from understanding and respecting its natural sources, rather than attempting to bend them entirely to human will. In each crimson drop flows not just practical utility, but a connection to the ancient, powerful magic that dragons themselves embody, a magic that wizards can channel but never truly create themselves. As the embers of our fire fade to soft glowing points in the darkness, consider this: of all the remarkable uses of dragon blood we've explored tonight, which would you find most valuable in your own magical journey? And what might that choice reveal about the kind of witch or wizard you aspire to become? Chapter 11. The Forbidden Forest in Summer. while students slumber in distant homes and castle corridors stand empty. A remarkable transformation overtakes the most mysterious corner of the Hogwarts grounds. Tonight, as crickets sing their evening chorus outside our window, let us venture into the dappled shadows and sunlit clearings of the Forbidden Forest during the season when its magic grows most wild and vibrant. Summer in the Forbidden Forest brings a profound shift in the magical ecosystem that few Hogwarts students ever witness. As the academic year concludes in late June, most young witches and wizards depart for their homes, missing the forest's most extraordinary season. The dense canopy of ancient trees, oak, ash, and more unusual magical species erupts into full foliage, creating a realm of green twilight beneath. Sunlight filters through in shifting patterns, illuminating forest paths in ways that seem deliberate rather than random, as if the forest itself decides which routes should be visible on any given day. The forest floor undergoes its own transformation during these warmer months. Magical flora that remained dormant during the school year burst into vibrant life once the grounds empty of students. Along the outermost paths, luminous toadstools form perfect circles overnight, growing to full size between dusk and dawn. These fairy rings, as they're commonly called, serve as meeting places for the various sentient magical communities that call the forest home. Centaurs gather at larger rings during the summer solstice to observe stellar alignments visible only from these precisely positioned natural formations. Deeper within the forest, more extraordinary botanical specimens flourish. The dancing orchids, magical flowers whose blooms sway in complex patterns, even in perfect stillness, reach peak vitality during July. Their movements reportedly correspond to magical currents flowing through the forest, making them natural indicators of areas where magic runs particularly strong. Hagrid occasionally harvests a few specimens for Professor Sprout, who uses them in advanced herbology lessons to demonstrate how plants can sense and respond to magical energy. The forest's waterways, streams, pools, and hidden springs host their own summer phenomena. Certain pools that appear ordinary during colder months develop extraordinary properties in the summer heat. The Mirror Pool, located in a clearing rarely visited even by centaurs, earns its name during late July when its surface becomes perfectly still and reflective regardless of weather conditions. Unlike the Mirror of Erised, reflections in this pool allegedly show not desires but possibilities, glimpses of paths not yet taken that could still be chosen. Unicorns particularly favor this location, often gathering at dusk to drink from its waters. Summer brings changes to the forest's permanent residents as well. The centaur herds become more visible, conducting elaborate astronomical observations from clearings oriented toward specific celestial alignments. Young centaurs born during spring take their first supervised journeys through the forest, learning vital knowledge about territory boundaries, seasonal resources, and the complex history recorded in the forest's oldest trees. These educational journeys occasionally bring them closer to the forest's edge than centaurs typically venture. Though they remain careful to avoid human contact, the Acromantula colony founded by Aragog experiences its own summer patterns. The massive spiders construct additional webs during this season, creating complex three-dimensional structures in the densest parts of the forest. These summer webs serve multiple purposes beyond mere hunting. They collect morning dew that the spiders consume during drier periods, capture airborne magical spores used in strengthening their silk, and create acoustic chambers where vibrations from throughout the forest are amplified, allowing the colony to monitor movements far beyond their immediate territory. Perhaps most striking are the forest's avian inhabitants during summer. Beyond ordinary woodland birds, magical species display remarkable behaviors only seen during warmer months. The golden snidgets, tiny birds once hunted nearly to extinction for use in early Quidditch matches, conduct elaborate mating displays in certain forest clearings. Their characteristic circular flight patterns, executed at extraordinary speeds, create momentary distortions in the surrounding magical field that cause nearby plant life to temporarily accelerate through growth cycles. blooming and seeding in minutes rather than months. For the trolls that comprise Hogwarts' carriage-pulling herd, summer represents a season of relative freedom. With no students to transport, these skeletal winged horses roam more widely through the forest, often venturing to remote clearings where certain rare fungi grow. Hagrid has observed that the Strolls seem to consume these fungi, not for nutrition but for their magical properties, which apparently strengthen the innate magic that allows these creatures to find any destination regardless of distance or concealment. Summer also marks breeding season for many magical creatures within the forest. Unicorn foals born during spring lose their initial gold coloration, gradually shifting towards silver as summer progresses. These young unicorns require extraordinary amounts of magical energy during this transition, leading the forest's unicorn herds to seek out locations where magic naturally concentrates, ancient tree groves, certain stream confluences, and clearings where magical events occurred in the distant past. The forest floor itself becomes home to remarkable insects during summer months. Luminous beetles with iridescent shells that change color according to the intensity of nearby magic provide natural illumination along certain paths. These pathfinders, as Hagrid affectionately calls them, instinctively gather along routes that avoid the forest's most dangerous areas, making them reliable guides for those knowledgeable enough to follow their subtle indicators. Less welcome are the stinging hornets that establish temporary colonies in hollow trees, their venom causing mild hallucinations alongside painful swelling. Summer brings changes to the forest's boundaries as well. The magical perimeter that subtly discourages Muggle exploration strengthens during warmer months, responding to the increased activity of magical creatures within. This protection manifests in various ways: subtle disorientation that turns wanderers back toward the forest edge, sudden compelling memories of urgent tasks elsewhere, or in some cases, an overwhelming sense of being watched that triggers instinctive retreat. These protective enchantments, layered over centuries by successive Hogwarts headmasters, work in harmony with the forest's natural magic. For Hagrid, summer in the Forbidden Forest represents a season of particular responsibility. With students absent, he conducts more extensive patrols, monitoring creature populations, mediating occasional territorial disputes, and identifying potential hazards that might develop before students return in September. These solitary journeys allow him to maintain the delicate diplomatic relationships with sentient forest dwellers like the centaurs, whose cooperation, or at least tolerance, remains essential for the school's peaceful coexistence with the forest. The forest's weather patterns develop their own magical characteristics during summer. Rainstorms often confine themselves to specific regions rather than covering the entire forest, creating microclimates that support diverse magical ecosystems in relatively close proximity. More dramatic are the occasional magical lightning storms, where bolts of blue-white energy strike the tallest trees, temporarily charging them with magic that flows downward into the soil, nourishing magical fungi networks that connect distant parts of the forest through underground mycelium strands. Summer evenings bring particular enchantment to forest clearings. As twilight fades, certain flowers that remain closed during daylight hours bloom in darkness, emitting soft phosphorescent glows in various colors. These night-blooming magical species create natural illumination that transforms selected clearings into ethereally beautiful spaces where magical energy becomes almost palpable. Centaurs sometimes gather in these locations for important discussions, believing the concentrated magic facilitates clearer thinking and more precise divination. The forest's soundscape undergoes its own seasonal transformation. Beyond ordinary woodland sounds, various magical acoustical phenomena emerge during summer nights. Echo hollows, natural formations where sounds repeat with slight variations, eventually transforming into different tones entirely, become more active during warmer months. According to Centaur tradition, listening carefully to how a spoken question transforms in these hollows can provide insight into possible futures, though interpreting these acoustic omens requires years of specialized training. Some of the forest's summer phenomena remain mysterious even to its most frequent human visitor. Hagrid has documented circular clearings that appear overnight during particularly warm periods, the grass within them arranged in spiral patterns no known creature could create. Similarly puzzling are the stone formations occasionally found rearranged by morning, massive boulders positioned in precise astronomical alignments that would require either extraordinary physical strength or sophisticated magical ability to achieve. Whether these phenomena result from unknown forest inhabitants or from the forest's own semi-sentient magic remains a subject of speculation. The most extraordinary summer transformation occurs within the trees themselves. Certain ancient specimens, particularly those growing where magical ley lines intersect beneath the forest floor, develop temporary semi-sentience during midsummer. These awakened trees don't move or speak in ways humans would recognize, but they demonstrate awareness through subtle manipulations of their branches to direct light, changes in the patterns of their bark, or influencing which seedlings surrounding them receive nutrients through the root network. Centaurs consider these awakened trees sacred, and sometimes leave offerings of magically treated water at their bases. For the few humans who venture into the Forbidden Forest during summer, the experience differs dramatically from school year encounters. The increased magical activity creates an environment where traditional protective spells may function unpredictably. Disillusionment charms, for instance, can become either enhanced or completely neutralized, depending on proximity to certain magical flora. Navigation spells frequently provide misleading information, while magical communication methods like Patronuses may attract unwanted attention from curious magical creatures drawn to external magic. The forest's summer magic peaks during the solstice in late June. On this longest day, the accumulated magical energy that has been building since spring briefly becomes visible to any observer, manifesting as subtle aurora-like curtains of colored light that flow between the oldest trees. Centaur records indicate this phenomenon has occurred annually for at least 2,000 years, predating Hogwarts itself. During particularly powerful solstices, the visible energy can trigger temporary enhancements in magical abilities for those present, though these effects rarely persist beyond sunrise the following day. Summer also brings visitors from beyond the forest's usual inhabitants. Certain magical migratory creatures make annual journeys to specific forest locations. Most dramatic are the golden-winged hawks that appear for precisely 3 days each August, roosting in the highest branches of the central forest before continuing their journey to unknown destinations. These rare birds, whose feathers spontaneously ignite and regenerate every 7th year, reportedly navigate by following magical currents invisible to most magical detection methods. As summer progresses toward autumn, the forest begins subtle preparation for the returning students. The magical intensity gradually recalibrates, with certain phenomena becoming dormant while others emerge. Pathways most frequently used during the school year clear themselves of summer overgrowth through natural magical processes, while some of the more sensitive magical creatures retreat deeper into the forest interior. This transitional period represents a delicate rebalancing that the centaurs observe carefully, believing it reflects broader magical patterns affecting the entire wizarding world. Throughout these summer months, the Forbidden Forest demonstrates a fundamental truth about magical environments, that they exist in dynamic equilibrium, responding to seasonal changes, magical influences, and the presence or absence of human activity. Unlike the carefully controlled magic practiced within Hogwarts Castle, the forest represents magic in its more primordial state, sometimes unpredictable, often beautiful, occasionally dangerous, but always flowing according to rhythms, deeper and older than wizarding understanding. For those fortunate few who have experienced the Forbidden Forest in summer, whether as groundskeepers, researchers, or occasional permitted visitors, the memory remains extraordinarily vivid. They speak of emerging from the forest with heightened magical sensitivity that persists for days afterward, dreams filled with symbolic imagery that feels significant though its meaning remains elusive, and a profound sense of having witnessed magic in a purer form than that typically encountered in wizarding society. As our journey through the summer forest concludes, the distant hooting of an owl reminds us that even the most magical environments follow the fundamental patterns of night following day, summer yielding to autumn, wildness existing in balance with order. The forbidden forest, in its summer abundance, offers a glimpse of how magic manifests when allowed to develop according to its own nature, a valuable counterpoint to the structured magical education taking place in the castle nearby. If you could spend one midsummer day exploring the forbidden forest at the height of its magical vitality, which of its mysteries would you most wish to witness, and what might that choice reveal about your relationship with magic itself? Chapter 12. The Handwritten Notes in the Half-Blood Prince's Book. Faded ink on yellowed pages can sometimes conceal secrets of profound significance. Tonight, as our journey together nears its conclusion, let us examine more closely the remarkable marginalia that transformed an ordinary textbook into a repository of genius, tiny annotations that would eventually influence the fate of the wizarding world itself. The cramped, spidery handwriting that filled the margins of advanced potion-making represented far more than mere study notes. Each careful annotation, each crossed-out instruction replaced with an alternative method, revealed the developing mind of a wizard whose brilliant intellect was matched only by his complex and troubled emotional life. Through these notes, the teenage Severus Snape unknowingly created a legacy that would reach far beyond his own time at Hogwarts. The physical characteristics of these annotations tell their own story, written in different inks, sometimes the standard blue-black used by most Hogwarts students, occasionally a deeper black, suggesting the use of a higher quality ink, perhaps received as a gift or purchased during a rare Hogsmeade visit, with saved knuts and sickles. The pressure applied to the quill varied noticeably. Some notes were written with light, precise strokes, while others were pressed deeply into the parchment, the force of emotion almost tangible in the indentations visible on subsequent pages. Most striking is the evolution visible in these notes. Early annotations, likely made during Snape's first encounters with each potion, show a tentative quality, small suggestions for minor adjustments to heating times or stirring patterns. As the book progresses, his confidence grows visibly. Later notes display the assurance of someone who no longer sees himself as learning from the text, but actively improving upon it, the student becoming master to the absent author. The content of these annotations falls into several distinct categories. Most numerous are the practical potion modifications, specific adjustments to ingredients, preparations or techniques that improve the effectiveness of standard recipes. These reveal not just Snape's intuitive understanding of potion-making principles, but his methodical approach to experimentation. Many modifications include tiny notations indicating multiple attempts. Third try, crush completely, or February 5th, perfect consistency achieved. A particularly fascinating subset consists of margin notes, recording theoretical observations about why certain ingredients interact as they do. These reveal Snape's deeper interest in the fundamental principles underlying potion making, rather than merely achieving practical results. One such note beside the draught of living death instructions reads, "Sopophorous beans resist cutting because outer membrane contains repelling essence crushing bypasses." This level of insight into magical theory would normally be expected in advanced research journals, not a sixth-year student's textbook. Beyond potions, the book contains evidence of Snape's early spell creation. Spells like Livicorpus and Liberacorpus appear with precise annotations describing wand movements in proper pronunciation. These entries often include warning notes about potential side effects or limitations discovered through what must have been sometimes uncomfortable self-experimentation. The notorious Sectum Sempra, labeled 4 Enemies, stands out for its lack of explanatory notes, suggesting Snape recognized its dangerous nature and intentionally limited documentation of its effects and counters. Perhaps most revealing are the personal notes scattered throughout, brief expressions of emotion or reaction that slipped into what was otherwise a disciplined academic exercise. A particularly complex potion earns the margin comment, "Better than E. suggesting satisfaction at exceeding the textbook author's expectations. A challenging ingredient preparation technique is accompanied by Mother's Method Superior, one of the few references to Eileen Prince, from whom Snape inherited his talent for potion-making, and whose maiden name he would adopt for his self-styled title. The book also contains evidence of academic rivalry. Certain potions bear notations comparing results with those of other students, with terse comments like "all achieved similar effects with standard method. Investigate why." This almost certainly refers to Lily Evans, whose natural talent for potions rivaled Snape's own. These comparative notes appear primarily in the book's earlier pages, disappearing entirely from later sections, perhaps coinciding with the deterioration of their friendship. Language choices throughout the annotations provide further insights into Snape's developing personality. Early notes employ formal, technical terminology, suggesting a student eager to demonstrate his understanding of proper magical nomenclature. As the book progresses, this gives way to a more confident, sometimes dismissive tone. Instructions from the original text are occasionally crossed out with a simple absurd or inefficient scrawled beside them. The voice emerging through these comments is recognizably that of the future potions master, exacting, impatient with mediocrity, and absolutely certain of his own superior understanding. Some annotations appear encoded or obscured, written in a personal shorthand that would be meaningful only to Snape himself. These range from simple abbreviations to what appear to be privately developed alchemical symbols. Whether this represented concern about others copying his innovations, or simply the efficient notation system of a methodical mind, remains unclear. Either way, these cryptic elements contributed to the mystique the book would later hold for Harry Potter, who had to decipher these sections through experimentation. Physical evidence throughout the book indicates heavy use beyond mere annotation. Certain pages show the distinctive discoloration patterns of potion ingredients accidentally spilled during brewing. Sulphophorous bean juice, leaving purplish stains on the Drought of Living Death page. The characteristic golden speckles associated with powdered Ashwinder eggs near the Elixir of Euphoria instructions. These tangible traces of practical application transform the book from theoretical text to working journal, a record of magical development captured in both intentional notes and unintentional marks. When Harry Potter received this book in his 6th year, he initially approached the annotations with pragmatic curiosity rather than scholarly interest. The first modified recipe he attempted, the Draught of Living Death, yielded such dramatically superior results that he quickly developed what Hermione Granger considered an unhealthy reliance on the unknown prince's guidance. What Harry failed to recognize was that following these instructions without understanding the principles behind them provided temporary success without developing his own potion-making abilities. The contrast between Hermione's and Harry's reactions to the book illuminates different approaches to magical education. Hermione's suspicion of shortcuts and insistence on understanding fundamental principles represented the methodical, structured approach favored by most magical instruction. Harry's willingness to follow annotated instructions without questioning their basis offered immediate practical benefits, but limited long-term development. Ironically, the book's true value lay in combining both approaches. Snape himself had achieved his innovations precisely because he thoroughly understood the principles he was modifying. Beyond its academic content, the Half-Blood Prince's book played a pivotal role in several key plot developments during Harry's 6th year. The Sectum Sempra spell, used impulsively against Draco Malfoy in a moment of panic, nearly resulted in tragedy. This incident forced Harry to confront the potential danger in blindly trusting the anonymous prince's guidance. Later, the book's connection to Snape would become another piece in Harry's complex and evolving understanding of the man who had been both his most consistent antagonist and, unknowingly, one of his most important protectors. The fate of the physical book itself represents one of the small tragedies within the larger narrative. Hidden in the room of requirement to escape discovery after the Sectum Sempra incident, it likely perished in the fiend fire that consumed the room during the Battle of Hogwarts. This loss means that the full extent of Snape's teenage innovations in potions and spellcraft may never be fully known to the wider wizarding world. Only those specific modifications and spells that he incorporated into his later teaching or that Harry shared with others survive. What might the wizarding world have gained had this book been preserved and studied by potions researchers? The question extends beyond mere academic interest. Snape's modifications consistently improved efficiency, effectiveness, and sometimes safety of standard potions. Applied more broadly, these principles might have advanced the field of potion making significantly. The book's destruction represents a microcosm of the larger tragedy of Snape himself, exceptional brilliance whose full potential remained largely unrealized due to circumstances both within and beyond his control. For Harry Potter, the revelation of the Half-Blood Prince's identity complicated an already complex relationship. Having come to admire the prince's brilliance and ingenuity, discovering this figure was actually Snape created cognitive dissonance that Harry struggled to reconcile. This tension between the Snape he had experienced personally and the brilliant student whose work had so impressed him would not be fully resolved until after Snape's death, when Harry finally glimpsed the complete picture of the man behind both personas. The annotations themselves reveal an intriguing parallel between Snape and Harry that neither fully recognized. Both were half-blood wizards raised with significant knowledge gaps about the magical world. Both found in Hogwarts a true home they had lacked elsewhere. Both demonstrated particular talents in specific magical disciplines while struggling in others, and both found themselves enmeshed in the complexities of Albus Dumbledore's long-term plans, though in vastly different roles. The book created an unexpected connection across generations between two wizards whose lives had been shaped by some remarkably similar circumstances, but who made very different choices in response. Perhaps most poignant is considering when and why Snape created his Half-Blood Prince identity. The label first appears on the inside cover, written in what appears to be a younger version of the handwriting found throughout. This suggests Snape adopted this name early in his Hogwarts career, embracing his mother's pure-blood heritage while acknowledging but recasting his Muggle father's contribution to his identity. The name represents both pride and transformation, a young wizard creating a persona that emphasized the parts of himself he valued, while reconceptualizing those he wished were different. The book also provides insight into how exceptional magical innovation typically occurs. While Hogwarts provides structured magical education, truly significant advances often come from individuals who, like the young Snape, are willing to question established methods and experiment with alternatives. This pattern appears repeatedly throughout wizarding history, from the founders of Hogwarts developing new educational approaches to Dumbledore's groundbreaking work in alchemy with Nicholas Flamel. The Half-Blood Prince's book represents this tradition in microcosm, formal knowledge serving as foundation for innovation rather than limitation. For modern readers of Harry Potter's story, the annotated potions book serves as a reminder that knowledge transfers between generations in complex ways. Sometimes, this occurs through formal education, but often the most impactful learning happens through unexpected channels, discovered journals, chance conversations, or in this case, a second-hand textbook containing the distilled insights of an unrecognized genius. The book's influence on Harry's sixth year demonstrates how the past continues to shape the present in ways neither generation might anticipate or fully understand. The marginalia of the Half-Blood Prince represents a bittersweet testament to what education at its best can be, not merely the transfer of established information, but the development of critical thinking that questions, tests, and improves upon received wisdom. In his solitary annotations, the teenage Severus Snape demonstrated the qualities that define meaningful intellectual advancement: curiosity, methodical experimentation, theoretical understanding, and the courage to challenge established authorities when evidence suggests better approaches exist. As our exploration of the Half-Blood Prince's annotations draws to a close, we might reflect on the hidden legacies that surround us in our own lives, the accumulated wisdom, innovations, and insights of those who came before, sometimes preserved in unexpected places, and discovered when most needed. These connections across time remind us that knowledge is never created in isolation, but builds upon the achievements and even the mistakes of previous generations. In the end, the story of the Half-Blood Prince's book invites us to consider what marginalia we ourselves might be creating in the books of our lives, what notes, observations, and improvements we might leave behind that could someday guide others in ways we never anticipated. For in the wizarding world, as in our own, our most enduring influence often comes not from grand gestures, but from the small, careful annotations we make in the corners of everyday existence. As the final page turns and our journey together concludes, what unrevealed talents might you discover within yourself if you looked beyond the standard instructions to find your own unique innovations, and what personal annotations might you leave behind for those who follow your path?